All right, we're on the air. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How y'all doing? Dave 3 sends me $5 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like throwing me a tip, showing me some love, super chats would be much appreciated. Get some background music started here. I don't know if y'all can hear that or not, background music. Matt Evans says, catch you at breakfast in my time. He's talking about Britain. He says, but I vote for bourbon or moonshine. Oh, you have no idea, buddy. I got some wild shit tonight. Frank Morgendorfer says, good morning, Ed. What's up? Bears Den says, hey, everyone. Ron Swanson's in the house. He says, hey. Support says, sick. Appreciate that. Ron says, I got to go to a meeting at 6:30. Won't be back till 9:30. Helping my community. All right. Well, I'm not sure when 6:30 is in your time, but we'll see you when you come back. And he says, deadly as usual, Mr. Phillips. How are you, brother? I'm doing pretty damn good today. Julian Santaguida says, what's up, party people? Good to be able to join here for this stream for some awesome music. Dave 3 says, howdy. Steve says, hey. Richard Allen Taylor says, I'm just sitting here rocking with Edward and high subscribers. Ron says, good man. Stephen Schutte says, hey, from Colorado, Coors is flowing. I got some Coors Banquet here with me and shit, actually. Morning Star says, just thought of you. Glad to know you're all right. What's up, man? Internet went out for several hours today. I didn't know if I'd be able to do this stream tonight. Like, after a couple hours, I had to sit down with my wife and be like, if this goes on much longer, we might have to resort to some cannibalism around here, and I'm a pretty big guy. I can probably overpower you. I mean, we'll flip a coin or something, decide who gets killed and eaten, Morning Star says, throw a little bit of the hook my, would you please? Hook my. You mean hooker? Dave says, power went out here last night, but not for too long. I had that happen a few weeks ago. Julian says, oh yeah, your wife back from her holiday in China? Yeah. I got the house cleaned up and disposed of all the like dirty panties and stuff that were laying around. Yeah. Morning Star says, how's the wife? She's doing from the night. Doing from the flight. Oh, yeah, she's kind of getting over jet lag and stuff. She came all the way from China. Night Soul says, hi all. Ready to dive into some good nostalgic old blues vibes. What's up, man? Ron says, hey, Ed, do you know Avalon Blues by John Hurt? I just did a deep dive into him. I want to talk about him when I get back tonight. All right. I have to learn that one. I know what you're talking about, so I know the song, but I got to learn it. Morning Star says, yes, I'm typing too fast. Kill this cigarette and I'll play a little John Lee Hooker. Stephen Schutte says, mash the like and subscribe. Yeah, y'all do that. Smash that like button there, guys. Helps me in the YouTube algorithm. I got all kind of stuff here now, man. Now, tonight we're gonna descend into the depths of madness and mayhem. I got some fucking absinthe, French absinthe. I'll drink some of that in a minute. Ouzo for goth kids. Dave says, is it green? Yeah, it's kind of a light green. It's real shit. It's not. It don't have food coloring and stuff in it. It's like a light kind of green. Ron says, cool. Morning Star says, dear God, help you. Ron says, I want some. There will be a piece of my ear for sale in the Etsy shop tomorrow, alongside the shot glass and the t-shirt. Morning Star says, hope you have a luge. Hell, let's go ahead and make some. Fuck it. Katie says, do you have a filter? I'm doing a fork tonight. I bought some absinthe spoons, but they haven't come in yet. Let's hit it. Put about a shot in there. Out of the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. There's the color of it. That's a lot. Okay. The martini glass ain't got much space in it. I got to try this stuff back in college when it was still illegal. Like somebody had snuck some over from Europe. We just drank it, though. We didn't do the little ritual and stuff. Captain says, hello from Sweden. Can you play something Johnny Winter style? I have to learn some Johnny Winter. Alright, just gotta drip it on there. And hope the sugar melt. I need to give the sugar a second to dissolve some of the water, like so it'll melt easier. That's good, man. Feel better knowing that you have water. Yeah, you got to mix it with water. It sucks like by itself. Gamma Eric says, what is a luge? Katie says, light it on fire. I think that's some stuff they invented like in modern times, like in Eastern Europe. It's called Czech style. Yeah, we got a hold of a bottle in the 2000s when I was in college. It was like, whoa, shit, man. That's that shit that fucking Trent Reznor was drinking in the video, man. We're gonna trip balls. Like, and we didn't trip, and nobody cut their ear off, but, you know, had a good night, though. All right, here we go. That looks about right. A little more. Nice and cloudy. Steven Shooty says, never seen this form of drinking. Yeah, this is what you do with absinthe. Morningstar says, well, hang on, it just passed by. He says, you have to, or else it's like liquid vapor rub. Hillian says, that's why I don't drink or smoke. How'd you get away with that back in your time? You know, it was in college. Night Soul says, Vincent Van Gogh made some wicked paintings under the influence of absinthe. We'll see how I play under the influence of absinthe tonight. Katie says, the sugar. Stephen Shooty says, I'm 60, I'm getting educated. And, yeah, it just tastes like ouzo. Yeah. You know, you drink absinthe when you want to look cool. You drink ouzo when you just want to taste star anise. Right? Yeah. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. Let's see if I could, like, saw my ear off with this fork here. Fucking, yeah. Julian Santaguida says, I was born in the 2000s. That was the year I was born. Oh yeah, I was like partying in the 2000s, like going to college and all that stuff. Gamaleric says, drink Bekarova. It'll surprise you. It's like Jägermeister on steroids. This is a little bit like Jägermeister. You know, it's got that herbal kind of stuff going on. Steven Shooty says, never seen this form of drinking. Morning Star says, a luge is the apparatus that dilutes the absinthe with water to make it palatable. Yeah. Yeah, so the absinthe spoon. Yeah, I ordered some of those, but they haven't come in yet. Sonny Ray says, tuned in, feeling that sweet Texas twang. What's up, man? Gamaleric says, thanks for clarifying that, Morning Star. Dave 3 says, I thought that stuff was poisonous. Nah, not really. I mean, there's like a bunch of lore surrounding it. Like back 100 years ago, like the wine industry in France got really uppity about it because it was taken away from their business, and so they started like a reefer madness type of thing. Like they started like spreading propaganda like absinthe makes you go fucking crazy, and plus it was associated with, you know, bohemians and artists and things like that, and so so they banned it about 1915. It was banned for 100 years. Ah, yes. Ron says, laughing my ass off. Morningstar says, the water separates the botanicals and the absinthe, sort of like whiskey and a few drops of water. It's about the same deal as ouzo. Like ouzo will turn this color, like if you fucking pour water in it. Yeah, like compared to my old pal ouzo back here, it's about the same. Like there's a little more going on with the absinthe, and you know it's kind of like goth and has a bunch of, you know, lore behind it and all that stuff. You know, if you just want to drink star anise or whatever, just ouzo. The brand here is called Lucid. It's made in France. Wormwood, anise, fennel, all the stuff you'd expect in absinthe. Made in a distillery that was designed by Gustave Eiffel, the guy who built the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, that's nice stuff. Let me put my water back in the fridge. I got to keep this water cold. Dave says, LOL, I was partying in the 70s. Yeah, so was my dad. Frank Morgendorfer says, selling body parts in the channel shop would put you on the map. You could sell your hair to wig makers. Yeah, probably. Make like clown wigs out of it. Ron says, in the old days when it was made in small batches, people added too much wormwood and it made you go kind of loopy. Kind of like people thinking moonshine can poison you. Yeah. Like wormwood oil in like large doses can cause you all kinds of problems and stuff. But I mean, there's not enough in like a modern bottle of absinthe. Sonny Ray says, woke up this morning and slid straight into the blues. What's up, man? Ron says, because guys who were dishonest were poisoning people with shine. Yep. Yeah, they used to make bathtub absinthe back in the day too. Morningstar says, it's big in New Orleans, so I know the basic process of how to drink it. It's very esoteric, fits the voodoo vibe down there. Oh, that's cool. Shit. Steven Shooty says, how's your weather? We actually hit 86 here with 20% humidity. It got pretty hot today. It's like 40-something% humidity. All right, somebody asked for some John Lee Hooker. Let's play some. Get a thumb pick. Where'd I put my thumb pick? John Lee Hooker right there. That's the one he did back in the 50s. Of course, he was the main guy in Detroit. He left the Mississippi Delta, went up to Detroit instead of Chicago like some of the other guys did. Julian says, for being an Aries, I always believe my zodiac sign, the dragon, is a big deal. How about some Robert Johnson? I remember the old TV commercials and the first iPhone that Steve Jobs created. Yeah, do some Robert Johnson just a second. All right. Ohana says, in Brazil, we have a national drink called caipirinha. I think I've heard of that. Ron says some moonshiners were distilling with car radiators or adding wood alcohol. Oh yeah, wood alcohol. Yeah, that's otherwise known as methanol, which makes you go blind. Let's see. Mile High Mouth of Hell says, hey Ed, hello from Denver. Happy almost 4th. And are you going to blow some shit up this weekend? Yeah, my sister bought some fireworks. I might go up there and watch her shoot some. And might do a show for July 4th. I don't know. It's Friday, right? Sonny Ray says, ain't nothing up with the blues, baby. Riding low, slow, and mean. Morning Star says, always loved that version he did with Canned Heat. I Got My Eyes on You, one of my favorite album covers, too. Yeah, that's some of the earliest stuff I heard, actually. Like when I started getting into blues in high school, like I got a copy of a John Lee Hooker tape, like the stuff he had done in like the 50s. I think it was like his first version of Dimples, and I played that ever since. I've been playing that song for goddamn probably like 25, 30 years. Morningstar says, always loved, I just read that. Ron says, that was tight, appreciate that. And Maury says, hi Ed, sounded good, appreciate that, man. All right, some Robert Johnson, Julian Santaguida asked for it. Let's do some of that. I've killed the rest of my absinthe here. That last taste is always the worst. Like it's got all that sugar in the bottom. It's like real sweet. Ooh, yeah. All right.
Me and the devil was walking side by side. And I'm gonna beat my woman like it's satisfied. She said she don't see why you would dog me around. She said she don't see why you would dog me around. It must be that old evil spirit so deep down in the ground. You may bury my body down by the highway side. You may bury my body down by the highway side. So my old evil spirit can catch a greyhound bus and ride.
A little bit of Robert Johnson right there. Me and the Devil Blues. One of those songs that's connected to the legend that he sold his soul to the devil. What we got here? Ron says that was tight, appreciate that. Maury says, hey Ed, sounding good, appreciate it. Sonny Ray says, testify Ed, let that slide, speak in tongues. And Johnny, appreciate that a lot, man. Johnny RNRS says, me and the devil exactly the same as kind-hearted woman. Yeah, pretty close, yeah. He recycled a lot of his music parts. Mile High Mouth of Hell says, I know you've got some Sun House in the pipeline, brother. I'll do some Sun House. All right. Dennis Troy says 29 watching, 23 thumbs up. Hi, what's up, man? How you doing? Night Soul says, oof, time traveling. Sonny Ray says, Ed done opened the door and the devil walked in slow. All right, let's see. We have Sun House. Let's do some Sun House. All right, time for some slide guitar here. Troy says, okay. Bo says, if I can guess the key, I'm going to play along. Open G. Mile High Mouth of Hell says, he sends $2 in a super chat. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show.
Said the gal you love is dead. I got a letter this morning. How do you ring it red? Said hurry, hurry, baby. That the gal you love is dead. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase and I took off down the road. By the time I got there, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, grabbed up my suitcase and I took off down the road. By the time I got there, baby, she was laying on the cooling board. Looked like 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her. They began to let her down. Looked like 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her, baby, but they began to let her down. When I leaned in real close and I looked down in her face, don't see the good old girl again to Judgment Day. Well, I lean in real close and I look down in her face. Said I won't see the good old girl again to Judgment Day. Well, it's so hard to love someone who don't love you. Don't look like satisfaction, don't care what you do. Well, so hard, love someone don't love you. Don't look like satisfaction, or I don't care what you do. Well, I didn't know I loved her till the good Lord sun went down. I didn't have a soul to throw my arms around. Well, didn't know I loved her till the good Lord sun went down. Didn't have a soul, baby, to throw my arms around. My love's hard on fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes will leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, love's hard on fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes will leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, I woke up this morning feeling round for my shoes. Yo, you know about that, baby, I got the walking blues. Well, woke up this morning, feeling round for my shoes. Well, you know about that, baby, but I got the walking blues.
Eddie's Son house right there. Originally from Clarksdale, Mississippi. Some old ass Delta blues right there. Dennis Troy says, rock on, appreciate it. Ron says, I was able to postpone my meeting. You're stuck with me all night now. All right, cool. Always missing something when Mr. Ron Swanson ain't here. Did one Friday, Ron wasn't here. Taking shots just wasn't the fucking same. Johnny RNRS says, I was in the west of Ireland this weekend. Got playing guitar with two old dudes. He told me I told them I liked Robert Johnson. They didn't approve because they said he was into the occult. The occult? Jesus. After fucking Robert Johnson was like doing black magic rituals and stuff. Damn. Sonny Ray says, that slide cutting like a sin, you don't regret. Appreciate that. Yak Fishing says, what's up? How you doing, man? Sonny Ray says, now that's wicked, baby. Appreciate that a lot. Mile High Mouth of the South says, sup, Yak? Ed, what are you sipping on? I'm just on some plain vodka, lazy Wednesday after work. I just finished a glass of Absinthe, and I got all kind of liquor here right now. Like my wife brought me some shit from China. Show you all that in just a second. Night Soul says, damn, that Absinthe is hitting hard on me this way. I got like a tiny little buzz from it. You know, it's pretty high alcohol stuff. But I did dilute it, you know. What is the alcohol on this stuff? It's 62%. Ron says, thanks, Ed. Sonny Ray says, that slide got ghost in it, walking real slow past your door. But Dave 3 says, did you ever check out a Texas bluesman named the Black Ace? I'd have to do some research on him. Ron says, you did a Friday show? Yeah, I did one last Friday. He says, crap, I missed that. Yak Fishing says, yeah, when Ron ain't here, it's like trying to walk without a big toe. Ron says, oh, thanks, guys. Yak Fishing says, oh, hell, the wife is back? Yep. Spent 2 days cleaning the house. I had to cut the grass and, you know, dispose of all the, like, used panties that were laying around. And, you know. Dallas Batchy says, Ed, admins, all how's it actually going? I'm doing pretty good here, man. How you doing? Johnny says, Absinthe makes the heart grow fonder. Sporty says, yo, what's up? How you doing there? Tell you some of the stuff I got besides the bottle of Absinthe here, you know, the Lucid. She actually brought me a bottle of Hennessy back from China. Some Hennessy cognac. Got Chinese on the back of it. It's labeled for the Chinese market. And she brought me some stuff I've had on the show before, but you know, haven't had in a while. It's the return of Chinese painter piss. So y'all got to pay me to do this, like $5 super chat. I'll drink this shit. It's just basically like terrible fucking moonshine with a nice red communist star on there. It's called Baijiu. It's like a really popular style of liquor in China. But I don't know what this brand is. There is not a word of English on this fucking bottle. It is, everything on here is like in Chinese. I can show y'all on the camera here. Yak Fishing says commie juice. Yep. Pretty much. Tastes like Chairman Mao pissed in it. Sporty says, did you get the recipes? You didn't let me know. Oh, I gotta check my email. Okay, yeah, I'll check that later. See if I got them. Must have sent me like some Sauerbraten recipes or something. Like Night Soul says, a real bluesman loved to wear panties. No, that wasn't the joke. Sporty Otter says, hi, Yak. Sonny Ray says, let the church say slide. Ed's preaching the Sun House gospel. Dallas Batchy says, y'all played Come On In My Kitchen or Sitting on Top of the World yet? Not yet. I will do that in just a second. Yak Fishing says, been doing okay. Sporty says, no, that's why I'm here at 3:30 in the wee hours. Sporty says, I did Sauerbraten and Schweinhaxe. Okay, I will check my email and get those and let you know. Thank you for that. Dallas Batchy says, no 100-year-old eggs, though, eh? No, I haven't got none of those. But, yeah, I do have the bad Chinese liquor. Yak Fishing says, damn, Sporty, I didn't recognize the time. Wish we could help, love. Yeah, we'll do some Sitting on Top of the World for Dallas Batchy over there in Australia. Smoke this cigarette. So Sporty Otter sent me some like traditional German recipes, like Sauerbraten's it's like a beef stew basically, and Schweinhaxe, that's like a roasted ham hock kind of. Let's see here. What guitar? Yeah, this one. Yak Fishing said, damn, those sound good. George says, he says, aloha everyone. In 2 days, something was written, signed, and sent to the King of England that would turn this hemisphere upside down 249 years. That's right, it's almost 250 years, isn't it? Like next year will be the, what do they call it? The sesquicentennial. I'll probably do a 4th of July show. We wrote like a Dear John letter to the king and stuff. Julian says, maybe you should do that drink when you do a shot. Yeah, I mean, it's some pretty alcoholic stuff this absinthe is. Like, got sugar sitting in the bottom. Like, all that sugar don't dissolve in it. Sporty says, I did. I even cross-referenced with some German language recipes to make sure they match. Cool. Yeah, that's what I do. I look at lots of recipes when I learn something. Sporty says, hi, George. Ron says, hey, Sporty. Julian says, because you don't read Chinese. Yeah, can't read it. Can't speak it either. Sporty says, there won't be a next year for that country. They're going to shoot some fireworks this weekend, like, maybe. If I'm not doing a show, I might do a show. Bo says, shit, I can't wait to retire. And George says, hi, Sporty up. Sonny Ray says, tried selling my soul at the Crossroads. Devil says, come back when you can tune that damn thing. Right, yeah. The first thing my dad made me learn to do was tune the guitar before he even taught me a note on it. Yak Fishing says, George in the house. These last couple of drags here, we'll do a little bit of a Doc Watson's version, like maybe something similar to it, of Sitting on Top of the World. Charlie says, retirement isn't all this. Retirement isn't all it's cracked up to be. Haha. Who am I kidding? I love it. Sporty says, Ron, not homeless anymore, at least. I know where I'm moving. Ron says, Sonny Ray, you're a funny mofo. Sporty says, cheers, fellas, for the first song of the week. All right, let's do some finger picking here. Originally written by the Mississippi Sheiks. I can keep this cable from under my chair.
Spring, one summer day, my baby left me, well, she went away. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. She called me up down in El Paso. She come back, daddy, well, I need her so. Now she's gone, and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Peaches, don't shake my tree. Stay out of my orchard, leave my peaches be. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Come here running, holding out your hand. I got me a woman like I got your man. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Spring, one summer day, my baby left me when she went away. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world.
Yak Fishing says, I was playing before the Floyd Rose, but learned those things with a pain. Probably took 2 months to get that thing down in the floating position. Yeah, setting up a Floyd Rose sucks. It took me all day to set mine up, like the last time I messed with it. Dallas Batchy says, "You." He says, "Come on in my kitchen. I can do that." All right. Sporty says, "Singing along. Here's a sweaty blues night." Let's see. "Come on in my kitchen" by Robert Johnson. Kind of based on the previous song I just played, like the same kind of tune, basically. I need a capo for this.
They better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. I had a woman took from my best friend. Some joker got lucky, stole her back again. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Well, now she's gone, I know she won't come back. I've taken the last nickel out of a nation's sack. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Can't you hear that wind out? Lord, can't you hear that wind out? You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Well, the winter time's coming, you know it's gonna be slow. Can't take the winter, baby, that dry long snow. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. When a woman gets in trouble, everybody throws her down, looking for her good friends, none can be found. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors.
Come On In My Kitchen by Robert Johnson. You can kind of tell how that's musically based on Sitting on Top of the World. Got about the same melody to it, you know. Sonny Ray says, ain't trying to be funny, just telling the truth with a limp and a laugh. Let's see. Ron says, no doubt. Yeah, Sporty Otter says, Edward has the best vibrato, slays me every week. I got kind of a quick vibrato, kind of like a Bowie type of vibrato. Julian says, I don't think that Chinese liquor would taste good. I wouldn't drink it. Might taste like someone made gasoline from a wine bale. That's kind of what it tastes like. Yeah, gasoline from a wine bale. Dallas Batchy sends me $1 Australian. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that a lot. And then Mile High Mouth sends me $2. He says, gonna put the boy to bed. Have a good night, all. All right, man. You have a good one, man. Thank you for that super chat very much. I appreciate that a lot, man. Let me read a couple of these. Comments here. Sporty Otter says, my new apartment has a beautiful red kitchen for everyone to come into. Cool. Sonny Ray says, tone so thick you could pour it on cornbread. That one tastes right, don't it? Ron says, same feel. They're talking about, same feel as Sitting on Top of the World. Sporty says, au contraire, Julian had a couple of Chinese beers that were quite okay. Yeah, Qingdao's kind of okay. It's kind of like Heineken. Yak Fishing says, hey folks, I just did something we all can do for fun. I looked up Blue Name Generator. Go do it real quick and tell us your blues name. Let's try it out. Let me see here. Blue Name Generator. Let's see if I can find it. Googling it. Okay, let's see here. Let me pull it up on here. So it's not a software program. It's like just a damn. You find the letters of your initials. Use your first initial to find your first name. Mine will be E, Texas, A, Bones, and P, Bradley. Okay, so my blues name is Texas Bones Bradley. Julian says, looking forward to your 4th of July live stream, Ed. Got any plans for the 4th? Probably just drinking, barbecuing, and shooting fireworks. Dallas says 50 Cent. Dallas Batchy says, good looking out, George. I'll be looking for that. For sure, old mate is buried up the road. Jeffrey Albertson says, good evening, party people and Ed. Finally a night with no rain or thunderstorms. Yeah, we didn't have none today here either. Julian says, nowadays we have guitar tuners. Tuning by ear is a pain struggle for every guitar players. I tune by ear half the time. Like I got a tuner sitting over here somewhere. Sporty says, my blues name is Violet Summerbottom. Damn. Yak Fishing says, blues name generator. He says, I'm Skinny Harp Tompkins. Michael Ford says, sounds great, brother. Play Crossroads by Robert Johnson. My 5-year-old is watching you and playing his guitar. All right, I'll do that in just a second. Ron says, mine is Big Dog Bradley. George says, wow. Dallas Ron says, good name for actually. Yak Fishing says, Ed got a cool name. Mine sucks. Sporty says, LOL Ron. Me did the same non-generator. Then Yak Fishing says, Big Dog is cool. Jeffrey Albertson says, Bony Bones Jackson. I'd rather just have a cool name like Blind Lemon Jefferson. Ron says, Big Dog Phillips. Batchy Boy says, 50 cents, probably the exchange rate. Might be. I don't know what the exchange rate from Australia is. Jeffrey Albertson says, Blind Lemon Jefferson. Sonny Ray says, rain's falling, doors creaking, and that slide just knocked. George Ordway says, just jump to it, get into your YouTube history, then jump right back if on the phone. All right, here we go. Crossroads. All right, another Robert Johnson tune here. This one here was very good to me on the channel. Got like over 1 million hits.
Crossroads, fell down on my knees. I went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees. Ask the Lord above I may sit on. Say, poor Bob, if you please. Down at the crossroads, I tried to brag it right. I went to the crossroads, I tried to brag it right. Nobody seem to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. Down at the crossroads, west. I went to the crossroads. I looked east and west. I didn't have no sweet woman, babe. Yeah, to my distress. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. I believe to my soul now, babe, whole body's sinking down. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy Willie Brown. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy Willie Brown. Standing at the crossroad, babe, believe I'm sinking down. Crossroad Blues right there. The signature tune of Robert Johnson for modern audiences. Wasn't a big song like when he was alive, but now it's really big. Alrighty. Sporty Otter says, I'm going to try to catch a couple of more Z's, but it's very hard because it's dang hot. Back before your closing Batman, probably. Alrighty. Yak Fishing says, I've been reading the old D.B. Cooper for decades now. His son and daughter, not too long ago, came out and spilled the beans on him. They say it was a husband-wife team. Your thoughts? Did they get him? I think he might have died when he jumped out of that plane. Sporty says, Ron, be sure not to pinch George Ordway while I'm gone. Yak Fishing says, old jailhouse buddy's cool too. Sonny Ray says, name's Lowdown Sonny, born in the key of trouble. Sporty says, Zzz, getting some Z's. She's passing out. She's over in Germany. It's like late as hell over there. Ron says, take it easy, Sporty. Frank Morgendorfer says, lemon gumbo sounds like good food rather than a legendary bluesman. Having blind in the name helps blind lemon gumbo. Randy Downing says, I'm always blown away by how many classic blues songs Robert Johnson wrote in his short life. You do him justice. I appreciate that a lot. Sporty Otter says, blind lemon gumbo. Charlie says, wow, appreciate it. Ron says, yeah, if you're going to play the blues, it helps if your first name is a southern state. You're blind, you shot a man in Memphis, can't be satisfied, the man doesn't like you. Yak Fishing says, blind lemon gumbo, that rocks. Ron says, stuff like that. Sporty says, my state sounds stupid. Hessen, not a good blues name. Yeah. Good old Hessen Renee Lilly. Ron says, Cooper got away free and rich, just my opinion. Here's a cigarette. Ron says, I root for the underdog. Talking about D.B. Cooper. That's the guy who, like, out of hijacked a plane or something and stole a bunch of money and then parachuted out, and they don't know if he got away or not. Never found him. Ron says, shot? Yeah, we'll do a shot. All right. What we got here? We got a bottle of Hennessy, cognac. Pretty dark, too. And we got a bottle of Bushmills Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me, cognac or Irish?
Ron says they screwed him out of a ton of cash, so he robbed the airline. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what happened? Frank says Bushmills. Ron says Hennessy is my go-to for brandy and the like. And he votes for Irish. Let me wash the taste of absinthe out of my mouth. Stephen Schutte says Irish in memory of Rory Gallagher. All right. So Irish is winning so far. Get them votes in. Looks like it's going to be the Irish. Ron says, you have some proper 12 Irish whiskey tonight. He has some. He says, yo, have some proper 12 Irish whiskey tonight. I've had a bottle of that. That's some pretty good stuff. Ain't that the whiskey of that MMA guy, right? McGregor, was it Conor McGregor? Yeah. George Ordway votes Irish. All right, let me restart the chat real quick. Computer's getting kind of glitchy. Then I'll be back. Ron says, not sure. He says, McGregor. Yeah, I believe like Conor McGregor is connected with that whiskey, like a proper 12. Like MMA dude. Let's see. I don't watch that stuff. I watch fucking wrestling, old wrestling. Let me see here. Alrighty. Bushmills Irish whiskey. $25 a bottle. Here we go. L'chaim, cheers, Sante, Prost, all that good stuff. Down the hatch. Julian says, I don't know what I'm going to do for the 4th of July. Probably do nothing. Watching movies, playing games, doing some art, and play video games. Yeah, I mean, it's a holiday, you know, just kind of do what you want, right? Randy Downing says, cheers. Ron says, skull. Don't they have like a Founders Day of some sort, like up there in Canada? Okay, Ron says it was Canada Day here yesterday. Okay, yeah. Happy Canada Day there, you guy. Russell says, I save all my crime for non-holidays because then the man ain't expecting it, right? Yeah, you cannot drink a beer and get in a car like on 4th of July around here. You'll get fucking pulled over. Like they're out on the 4th. Christy Bush says, hey Ed and all of you, what's up? She says, skull, Ron. That's cheers in some kind of Scandinavian language. Might be Norwegian or one. I'm not sure. Swedish. Ron says, I went and drink up there, eh? She says, I went and drink up there, eh? Oh yeah, that's the Canadian cheers. Russell Zoner says, bro, they'll give you a ticket for walking funny on the 4th. Yeah, oh yeah, they will. Randy Downing says, I agree with Dirk. I'm a geezer, so I'll be drinking red wine in the basement playing guitar. Be safe. I shoot some fireworks with my sister and her husband and my mom and force them to drink some of this absinthe here. She says, "Yeek." It's just like it's like ouzo kind of. Pretty much tastes the same, like with the the heavy like anise flavor. It's got a little bit more going on. Ron says, I've blown in Skull. The Norwegian usually just use Skull. He says English is. I blown. So that's what Skull means. Christy Bush says, I don't like licorice. Yeah, well, you're going to get a lot of licorice taste with that absinthe. And it might just drive you insane. Woo! We're going to figure that out by the end of the night. He says, no typo. Sebastian Halfpenny says, hey brother, I made it in. What's up tonight? Nothing much, just sitting around bullshitting and drinking absinthe and stuff. Ron says, I had a stroke again, LOL. Christy Bush says, your mom and them will, not me. Yeah, I'm going to force them to drink some absinthe. George says, holidays are for amateurs. Stay off the roads after sundown. Stay off the roads after sundown. Ron says, hey, Christy. Russell's Honor says, it's like fireworks cost money, but I already got bullets. Right. Yeah, but like gunshots aren't that pretty. Like, fireworks like look cool and stuff. But like Thanksgiving one year, some people like, I think across the street, were shooting like automatic rifles. Like probably like, I don't know, like an AK or a damn, a fucking, what do they call it? Like a AR-15 or something like that. Just like constantly, like all day during Thanksgiving, like it sounded like fucking Apocalypse Now when we were like carving up the fucking turkey. Christy says, missed you the other night. Yeah, Ron wasn't in here Saturday. Yeah, we had a Saturday stream, like a surprise stream. Russell's Honor says, yeah, nobody's looking at a bullet, at least not twice. These guys here really like their guns. I live in a declared 2A sanctuary county. Oh, okay, yeah. I got some old-timey, like Elmer Fudd type guns, like a double barrel and stuff like that. Ron Swanson says, yeah, maybe I should ring in the new year next time by firing my guns off. That'd be cool. Russell's Honor says, it's every time all the low rent get a day off, they get stupid as fuck. Anyway, yeah, that's still out there. $5 super chat. I will drink the Chinese painter piss. That's what I call it. The Chinese moonshine, hooch, whatever it is. Not a word of English on this damn bottle either. Let's see what it's... I'm going to smell it. I'm a guy. I got to smell everything. Let's see. Woo! No. Oh. It's like a alcohol-infused jock strap or something. Ron says, I didn't even know about it. It was a late live music party? I think I started like 8:30 or 9, something like that. Randy Downing says, we like fireworks, but we have several vets in my neighborhood with PTSD, so we tried to tone it down. Yeah, that is a thing to consider, like animals, people with PTSD, like when you're shooting off fireworks. Christy says, it might be paint thinner. Maybe. Russell says, I'm getting kind of tired of living in the town that everyone else in the state calls where the racists are, and that's coming from the damn ranchers. You mean like you're in Washington, right? Everybody else in okay, yeah. So you must live in the country part of Washington. Julian says, Irish whiskey, please. Might do some in a little bit. Russell says, so many Confederate flags, stickers, and tattoos here in this northwest Oregon town. Confederate flags in Oregon? Damn. I mean, you see them around here, but I wouldn't expect to see them in Oregon. Shit. Ron says, if you drink that, we won't ever know what effect the absinthe had. Yeah, it might kill the absinthe effect. He says, St. Helens, Oregon, Halloween town. Let's see. Might do a song in just a second. Frank says, we have a Lao Khao in Thailand, buck a bottle with a mind-splitting hangover as promised. Ron says, I have complex PTSD, but loud noises like that only affect me if I'm not the one making them. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'd always wondered about that, like people shooting off fireworks, like if Army veterans hear that, been in Afghanistan or something, they hear that shit, let me see. Let's do some Piedmont blues here. All right, Pink Anderson from my home state of South Carolina, one of the namesakes of Pink Floyd. It was Pink Anderson and Floyd Council, both Piedmont blues players. So Sid Barrett was like reading the back of a Piedmont blues record and picked out those two names, and that's how he named his band. Yeah, Pink Anderson was from Spartanburg, South Carolina, kind of upstate for me, like kind of closer to the mountains. To a big crap game where the circuit was against my will. Lost every goddamn nickel I had but a greenback dollar bill. There was a $40 bet laying on the floor and my buddy's point was 9. The police came, he called of us. I got mine, let me tell you, bro, I got mine. Ever since that big crap game at the door, I went flying. Went out there that window, and my buddy's point was 9. The police came and he called of us, and I got mine. I went down to a turkey feast, and the dinner was certainly fine. 15 minutes before the table was set, all them jitterbugs fell in line. When they brought them gobblers in, old Jody's eyes did shine. Talk about a rascal grabbing. I got mine, let me tell you, boy, I got mine. Grabbed that turkey by the wing and out the window I went flying. Tried to make it to a hiding place, but I didn't get there in time. The hungry rascal grabbed me by the coat, and I got mine. Know a barber shop is over in town, it's over on North 4th Street. The only place on a Saturday night where gamblers care to meet. Some comes in for a haircut, others come in for a scrap. When you see my buddies up there, we mean to shoot some craps. Hollering 7 and 11, won't you come? If you don't 7, 11 dice, well I'm done. If I see the police before he sees me, I'm gonna run. I'm a leader in high society, folks. I got mine, let me tell you, boy, I got mine. Got it from these good sports that we've been playing all the time. Some of them boys got 18 months and some of them boys got 9. Brought them stripes in the next morning, and I got mine. Went to my best gal's house last night, I was just about 9. Wasn't dressed up like a Hendrix boy, but I was feeling just as fine. Caught her sitting in a rascal's lap, and I didn't like that sign. I told that Jody what I thought about him, and I got mine, let me tell you, I got mine. Grabbed my hat and out the back door I went flying. Jody grabbed that shotgun and she used it mighty fine. Talk about a
a rascal running men. I got mine.
Some Piedmont shit there. Haven't played that in a while. A little rusty on it, but let's see, get this background music. Can y'all hear the background music? Russell says, oddly enough, I hear the rednecks talking about how much they like the funny pizza pockets that have appeared in both delis. Yeah. Christy Bush says, sounding great, Ed. Appreciate that. Ron says, our whole country is like that now, Russell. Canada is like a little India. Dallas says, woo. Russell Zoner says, Ed kicks ass. He's a good dude, talented guy, and sings like an old soul. Good stuff. Appreciate that very much, man. Christy says, I'm sorry for y'all. I love hearing lots of different accents. Dallas says, yep, Christy got it. Ron says, fancy picking, brother. Appreciate that. Christy Bush says, too true. Russell says, he says, I consider situations like that to be just another form of monocultural agriculture brought on by corporations and money. Christy Bush says, now we can. Russell's Honor says, yeah, but when you get good Indian food, it's some of the best grinds. I haven't been to too many Indian restaurants. I've had like tikka masala and stuff like that. Julian says, I don't like licorice. Not my favorite sweet. That's pretty much what absinthe tastes like. Ron says, I was watching a ton of old blues videos the last few weeks. It actually makes Ed look even better. Ed has these songs dialed in, folks. I appreciate that very much. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. I'll be right back. Dave says, Rajneesh Puran. I'm a 1980s organ. Christy Bush says, how are you doing tonight, Ron Swanson? Rodney says, Ed, can you play Magic Slim? I'm a blues man. And Amara says, hi. What's up, Amara? What's up? Let's see. I got to learn some Magic Slim. I don't know none of his stuff. Some water here. Charlie says, listening to you while I'm restringing my parlor guitar. Oh, has it got those like these kind of like tuning pegs here? Like, yeah, those are aggravating as hell. It's almost like doing a classical guitar. Ron says, beautiful weather, good company, and the blues. Julian says, don't drink that Chinese gasoline drink. I would not do that if I were you. I'll do it for $5. Charlie says, no, just regular tuners. Oh, okay, yeah. It's a pain in the ass to do those kind of tuners. Like those classical guitar style tuning slots or whatever. one more glass of absinthe. How about that? There's already some sugar in the bottom of here. Yeah. Measure out a shot. Ooh, yeah. This one might be a little bit sweeter. Let's kind of sip on it. Yeah, man, it's like fucking Trent Reznor, man, in that cool video. Okay, just kind of give the sugar a second to absorb some of the water, so it'll melt faster. Christy Bush says, "I'm pretty good, y'all. Just woke up tonight. It was tomorrow morning. Woke up and thought it was tomorrow morning." Johnny says, "I got a Gretsch Jim Dandy parlor guitar. I love it. Really fun and great for blues." I think I played one of those one time. Ron sends me some crossed out eyes. Ron says, "Glad to hear it, Christy." George says, "Speaking of Indian food, reminds me of some Seinfeld episodes, and the one chicken joint that had so much neon that sunburned Kramer. I don't remember that one." Christy says, "You're so sweet, Mr. Swanson." All right, let's let her flow here. Gotta kind of let it drip. Well, that's almost a drip. Alrighty. Dilute it real good. There you go. Give it a stir. Try to get that damn sugar off the bottom. Absinthe. Ron says, "Making simple syrup in a bottle makes it easy and consistent." I mean, it's just not right without the sugar cube, man. Christy says, "Oh, you're making that famous drink." Ron says, "Cool how it makes it milky." Yep, same thing with ouzo. It's got that anise oil in there, I guess. Christy says, "Yep, I'm absent." Yeah, totally fucking goth, man. It's kind of like becomes this green or yellowish kind of milky thing. What do y'all got for me here? George says, "Ed, what's your history with it? Never had it." I had it one time in college in the 2000s, like before it was legal. I think think like a friend of a friend had like snuck some over here from Europe and gave us like a little bottle about that big. I think it was kind of bullshit absinthe though. It was like a real bright green, like they put food coloring in there or something. And you know, we'd all seen the fucking Trent Reznor video, right? And so we were like, cool, man. Like, you might trip balls on this stuff. This is going to be cool as hell. And it didn't do anything. We drank it straight. We didn't know we didn't know how to do the ritual. We were just, you know, sitting around drinking and, you know, killed the bottle. Tastes like shit if you drink it straight too, by the way. Pretty good if you do this. Just kind of similar to ouzo, really. You know, I'm a big like ouzo drinker. I love my Greek shit. But I did have it like done properly later, like going to a good bar and having people pour it for me and stuff. But this is the first bottle of it I've ever purchased. So really nice stuff. Ron says, yeah, George, Kenny Rogers chicken. Ron says, that was hilarious. Chrissy says, now he'll hallucinate. Yeah, I wish. Like, it really doesn't do that, though. That's what people all say. Like, this shit's got dope in it, man. It'll fuck you up. Like, yeah, well, I wish. Good. You see, Rodney says, he says, do you like black and tans, Guinness and Harp? Yeah, oh yeah, I like those. I've made them before. You take like a big ass spoon and pour that Guinness over the top of the Harp lager. I use Bass, like Bass Pale Ale. Christy says, I remember that one, Ron. Christy says, I bet he does. Christy says, Rodney. Ron says, Absinthe was so cool when I was young because it was forbidden. I remember a placebo effect on my friends thinking it was making them wild and crazy. Right, yeah. Like... No, I kind of went into it objectively, like the first time I tried it, probably about 2005 or something like that. And I sat there and waited for it to do something, and all that happened was I got drunk. So. Ron says he'll go blind and complete his blues journey if he drinks that Chinese hooch. Yeah, maybe. It smells like it'll make you go blind. Now, of course, like, you know, if you're a long-time follower of the show, I have had a bottle of this stuff, before. I don't know if it's the same brand because there's no English on it. It's just like nothing but Chinese characters. But, you know, you got this stuff back here, empty now, called Jethro Tull. It's, the style of liquor is called Baijiu. It's like the popular liquor, like in China, at least northern China. You know, but yeah, I had a hell of a time trying to get through this damn bottle. I had to make people pay me to drink it. But yeah, this here is like pretty much the same stuff. It is 56% alcohol. Then I got a bottle of the I guess it's like the lighter stuff here. It's 43% alcohol, but you know, about the same thing. Not a word of English on here. But the absinthe here, I paid about, I think it was like close to $70 for this bottle. I went to the, the nice liquor store that the yuppies around here go to, where they got all the cool shit, and I bought this. And by the way, I found this stuff online for like half that price. It's like $35 a bottle online. Christy says, we're all waiting to see if I go blind, I guess. Dallas Batchy says, so, Ed, when's your next town or amongst it? when you're next in town or amongst it, search out a darn Maton for fuck's sake. A Maton guitar. I believe it's like an Australian guitar brand. He says, trust us on this one. And if not me, then check out the old mate Tommy Emmanuel's got. You'll thank me for this. I will look up some Maton guitars. All right. Might consider getting one if they're not too expensive. Ron says, I remember you said it was like paint remover, yeah, the paint thinner, yeah. Yeah, I called it Chinese painter piss. Like, there's people that used to call moonshine painter piss, and so that's what I call this stuff. Ron says, Absinthe's always come in cool bottles, yeah. Gotta have it in a dark bottle, like the sunlight can't hit it, to turn it like yellow and shit. Like, if you keep it too long, it will turn yellow or brown or whatever. It's got chlorophyll in it. Like, that's what makes it turn green. Dallas Batchy says, what's your favorite alternative frequencies, if any, to tune to, or just the 440 standard? I usually tune to 440, like when I'm not playing slide guitar. I don't really do that half step down type stuff. Yeah, just mostly 440. Christy says, Maton guitars. Ron says, I've never seen one and don't believe you can get one in Canada yet. I don't think I've seen one in a music store here in the U.S. I believe it's like from Australia. George says, I stopped bringing tequila to parties. I had friends that raged after a couple of shots. Same with whiskey for other friends. Everyone was cool with slippery nipples, though. Yeah, I'm not a tequila guy. Like, I don't really like tequila. Charlie says, okay, all done and tuned up. All right, you got to play that thing and break it in and shit. Ron says, yeah, that's what it was, painter piss. Yep. Christy says, what's the frequency, Kenneth? It's like 440 hertz. That's an A note that the standard tuning of a guitar is based around. Charlie says, dang, you just talked me into running out for a bottle. All right, go grab you one. Christy says, oh yeah, Georgia. Ron says, you can order them in Canada, but they're like $5,000 to $6,000 here. And probably something similar here then, yeah. Give me that kind of money, I'll just buy like a Les Paul Custom or something. Charlie says, I use sweet tuning like James Taylor. Oh, okay, yeah. I believe what he means is getting it tuned to the tuner and then messing around with the guitar to get it like in like real tune, because the guitar like is kind of a flawed instrument. Like, it doesn't tune perfectly, but if you're playing like a certain song with certain chords, you can sweet tune it, to sound right in those chords. Ron says, wow, this site has one listed for $8,000 Canadian. God damn. It's like Birdland money. Charlie says, few cents down here and there. George says, any Rick James? And yeah, I don't know no Rick James tunes, like maybe on the bass. Julian says, I might call it a day now. I got a long day to attend, so peace out, party people. Take care, Edward. See you on your 4th of July live stream. All right, will do. See you directly. Dallas Bashy says, anyone drink DOM Benedictine? I don't think I've ever had that. Benedictine. It's like a liqueur. Victor Swenson says, it's not the dog in the fight, it's the fight in the dog. Randy Downing says, do you do Love in Vain? Somehow I bet you do, brother. I've always loved that one. I feel like putting in a request back in the 60s. All right, well, that's back in the 30s. That's a Robert Johnson tune right there. Yeah, but the Rolling Stones did play it. Yeah, I can do that for you. If I can find the fucking words. See, Ron says, there's some for $8,000 American online. Yeah, that I'd buy a Birdland for that much. Do I have the lyrics to Love in Vain? Yeah, right here. Yeah. Let's pin them up. All right, do some Robert Johnson here. All right, here we go. I can remember it. Shit. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. Well, it's hard to tell, all your love's in vain, all my love's in vain. When the train rode up to the station, and I looked her in the eye. Well, when the train rode up to the station, and I looked her in the eye. I was so lonesome, but I could not help but cry. All my love's in vain. When the train it left the station, there was two lights on behind. Well, when the train left the station, there were two lights on behind. Well, the blue light was my blue, and the red light was my mind. All my love's in vain. Ooh, Willie Mae. Ooh, Willie Mae. All my love's in vain. All my love's in vain. Yeah. Love in Vain by Robert Johnson. I did a video on that like a while back, so I forgot the words, but yeah, I had to read them. Of course, covered famously by the Rolling Stones in the 60s. Dallas Betchy says, sweet is each guitar's unique tonality signature, I think. This is like sweet tuning is like for whatever song you're playing, like basically I'm going to use these chords, so I should probably make it sound right with these chords. Because a guitar is like not tempered perfectly, like in musical terms. Not every note on the guitar is in tune with every other note, just because of just imperfections, right? Like the way the frets are set up. Randy Downing says, within arm's reach, I'm impressed. Yeah, I had it there. Christy says, he's pretty organized. Me organized? No. Shit. Let me turn on the LSD cam here and I'll show you my desk. Where's it at? Where's that camera? The LSD cam. Woo! So, yeah, there's my desk. Not organized at all. Chrissy says, awesome, Ed. Appreciate it. She says, Led Zeppelin, all the early rockers. Dallas Batchy says, Stones did heaps of American blues. How they got to where they are today off the backs of greats. Yeah, pretty much like started out playing blues and Chuck Berry and stuff like that. Randy Downing says, outstanding. Thank you so much. It's been a hell of a year this week. Christy Bush says, no tip jar tonight? Yeah, ain't pushing the tip jar, am I? Yeah. If you appreciate what I'm doing here, like, please consider throwing some money in the PayPal tip jar or super chat below. You know, got the $ below the chat there. Like, show me some love. I would appreciate that. I don't put ads on these videos. So, if y'all want to show some appreciation, y'all like what I'm doing here, like, send me a super chat. I will love that a lot. And Randy Downing sends me a $10 super chat. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that a lot, man. Super chats are the life of this show here. I don't put no ads on these because YouTube takes all the ad money anyway. Like, they content ID everything. George says, resonator set, dealer's choice. Might do some resonator in a second. All right. Ron says, looks like mine. LOL. Ron says, I think mine might be worse. Christy Bush says, you know where the important stuff is. Katie says, summertime blues. I can do that. Eddie Cochran song. Yeah. Christy says, I don't have a desk. And George sends a PayPal link. Yeah, you can super chat me, PayPal me, you know. I'll see the super chats. I don't see the PayPal donations, so you have to let me know if you sent something. All right. Another glass of absinthe. Somebody's going to cut their ear off tonight. Shit. Let's see. Do Summertime Blues while I think of a resonator tune here. All right. Some old rock and roll. From, I believe, the early 60s or maybe the late 50s, like Eddie Cochran song here. George Woodley says, PayPal, do you thank you very much for that, man? I appreciate that. I'll give you some resonator tunes in just a second.
I'm gonna raise a fuss, I'm gonna raise a holler. Started working all summer just to try to earn $1. Well, every copper, baby, try to get a date. Boss says, no doubt, son, you gotta work late. Sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do, cause there ain't no cure for the summertime. Told me, son, you gotta earn some money. If you wanna take the car and go right next Sunday. Well, I called into work, told the boss I was sick. Can't use a car cause you didn't work late. Sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do, cause there ain't no cure for the summertime. Take 2 weeks, I'm gonna have a fine vacation. I'm gonna take my problem to the United Nations. Well, I called my congressman and he said, quote, like to help your son, but you're too young to vote. Sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do, cause I ain't no good for the summertime.
All right, Eddie Cochran, early rock and roll there. Let's do some Rezzo stuff for George Ordway there. Let me retune this thing. Christy Bush says, dancing now. Cool. Appreciate it. Katie says, all good. I love it. Dallas Batchy says, whew. Mark Fixes says, bummed I forgot to check for the live stream. Damn, you Dateline. Good day from Australia. What's up, man? How you doing? Katie says, love the voice effect Ed does. It good. You got to kind of lean into the mic and make it distort. You know, can't use the car because it didn't work late. Christy says, good day, mate. Dallas says, Skarna and Mark, mate. Western Australia here. Christy Bush says, yeah, he really does it right. Appreciate that. Sebastian says, great job, man. Sounding tight. Appreciate that very much. George Ordway says, dang, when I was a kid, driving around and just hanging was our social interaction and a phone chain if it was raining. Dallas Batchy says, John the Revelator. I know the Sun House version of it, but not lyrically. Like, you know, who's that riding? John the Revelator to the book of the seven seals. Don't know the words to it. Where's that? Yeah, this other slide here. Guitar Rag there by Sylvester Weaver. That's from the 1920s, the first blues song to be played on the slide guitar. At least on a recording. Dallas says Sun House, Ledbetter, Lead Belly, love them all. Love this one. Might do some Lead Belly in just a bit. Christy says any Mungo Jerry Skiffle. The only one I know about him is like his hit that he had, like, you know, the summertime when the weather is hot. Like, I'm familiar with the song, but don't know it like lyrically and all that stuff. Sebastian says, love that tune, brother. Is that open D or D minor? Looks like a steel slide. I'm running brass at the moment, but I have a glass one also. That is just regular D tuning, open D. Yeah, this here is a deep socket, like I stole from my dad years ago. It got a brass here too. Dallas Batchy says, House of the Rising Sun, In the Pines, Black Girl version. I can do In the Pines for you. Don't know the Black Girl lyrics like that Lead Belly did, but I know his music to it. I can do you the Lead Belly version with Bill Monroe's lyrics, like the lyrics I learned like listening to bluegrass back in the day, you know. I'll do that for you. Just 1 second. All right. Christy says, Dallas says, who Wilbur? Ron says, shot. All right, we'll do a shot. Ron says, that was smooth, man. Appreciate that very much. Dallas says, loving spoonful. Talking about John Sebastian. You didn't have to be so nice. Christy Bush says, what are you drinking, Ron Swanson? Dallas says, I use a lighter on a nylon string. And Christy says, that spoonful. Might do that with just a second. All right. Dallas says, thank you. All right. Ron sends me Canadian $13.99. He says, Mission 1, John Hurt, Cruel, Stackley. I'll do that for you. All right. Appreciate that super chat very much. Super chats are the life of the show. I do appreciate those. Then Charlie says, let's see, will you play What's That Smells Like Fish? I can do that. All right. So we got 3 here. We got Stackley, we got In the Pines, and we got What's That Smells Like Fish. All right. Let's get this shot down real quick and we'll play those. What are we going to pick from here? All right. Let's go to some more trad stuff here. Cuddy Sark 12-year-old Scotch whiskey. And let's see, Gentleman Jack Off right here. Y'all tell me, Jack or Scotch? Get them votes in and we'll play a few. We'll play a few. Ron says Irish whiskey. What he's drinking. Christy says Stagger Lee. She says beautiful Ed. Appreciate that. Dallas Batchy says Stagger Lee or Stackley. Yeah, it goes by different names. Ron says autocorrect. LOML. Cruel Stackley, Mississippi John Hurt. Dallas says fish song is gold. Christy says he was drunk so he staggered. Maybe that's why they called him that. I don't know. Ron says both Dallas. Dallas Batchy says Tenacious D would have been inspired by such lyrics. Sebastian votes for Jack. Let's see. Elisa says 3 great songs coming up. Charlie says, oh, well done. Appreciate it. Bears Den says Jack. Dallas says cheers, Ron. George says Jack. Ron says as far back as there are people recorded talking about it, they used it both. I use Stackley. Believe Jack's going to win this one. All right. Jack Daniels. The good Jack. The gentleman Jack. after a couple of glasses of absinthe. Della says, killer set, brothers and sisters. Mark says, I got your acoustic album from Bandcamp, enjoying it a lot. I appreciate that, man. Glad you like it. Della says, dealer's choice. Mark says, Cuddy Snark. And Christy says, snarky shot. I think the Jack already won. George says, later, Folsom Prison. All right, just remind me. Got to do a cheers. Cheers, L'chaim, Skull, Slanta, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch. Okay, so we'll do Stack of Lee first real quick here. Since that was a super chat. Capo.
Everybody but cruel Stack of Lee, oh that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Billy DeLine told Stack of Lee, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. What do I care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Spotted Billy DeLine, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stack of Lee shot Billy DeLine about a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. They all gathered round, hands held up high, and when they killed him, they were glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Some Stack of Lee right there, the Mississippi John Hurt version about a pimp who shot a guy over a Stetson hat. True story. Happened about 100 years ago. But John Hurt kind of played a weird style for a Mississippi guy. He played like a more Piedmont style, really. All right, the next one was Into Pines, or like the Lead Belly. Kind of like Lead Belly Bill Monroe mix-up I made of it. And of course, we're going to have to tune this son of a bitch here.
12 string. We'll get there eventually. Not too far off. That's off. Close enough for rock and roll, right?
The longest train I ever saw went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock, and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines, where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. I asked my captain for the time of day. He said he throwed his watch away. The helm steel rail and the short cross tie. I'm on my way back home. In the pines, where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, and you cause me to leave my home. In the pines, where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. In the pines, where we showed our behinds, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. All right. In the Pines, like Leadbelly's musical style with Bill Monroe's lyrics. Let's see. And what else? What's That Smells Like Fish, I believe. We had a request for that. Some Piedmont style blues here from North Carolina. Blind Boy Fuller. A little bit of Risqué, like Hokum and shit. Still in drop D. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and it ain't no can. It's the same damn thing, chuck the other man. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Smell like pudding and ain't no pie. It's the same damn thing, you know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Make you weep and it'll make you moan. It's the same damn thing, maybe leave my home. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Smell like pudding and ain't no pie. It's the same damn thing, you know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Fruity, if you really wanna know.
Blind Boy Fuller. Dallas Betsy says, cough. Christy says, Mott the Hoople, too. Dallas says, yow. It's some kind of weird sound he's making. He's a e, cough, yow. He. Christy Bush says, hey, kitten. Dallas says, fun song. Christy Bush says, it's catching Dallas. So Dallas says, when I see you smile, Bad Religion or Company or neither. Like, I don't know Bad Religion or like Bad Company. I used to play a couple like with bands like a long time ago. Don't know no words no more and shit. Ron says, funny, my two favorite Holcomb songs are by Blind Blake, Diddy Wah Diddy, and Blind Fuller, Smells Like Fish. Blind Boy Fuller came after Blind Blake and used him as a big influence. Yeah, most of those Piedmont guys like listen to Blind Blake. Yeah. Dallas Betsy says, who doesn't love seafood? Am I right? Yeah, shellfish. I don't like regular fish, you know. Dallas Betsy says, finish the sentence. Blind Willie, that would be McTell. Ron says, booty. Kitten says, hey, Christy Bush. Hang on one second. I'm going to take care of some man business. I'll be right back. All right, let me turn my background music back on here. Ron says, sipping. Christy Bush says, exactly 100 right. Dallas. Ron says, hey, kitten, welcome. Dennis Troy says, 37 watching, 51 thumbs up. Cool, cool. Y'all hit that thumbs up button. Y'all helps me in the algorithm. Dallas says, all that meat and no bone. I don't know. Christy Bush says, pirate's booty. Dallas says, treasure. Christy Bush says, ha, Dennis Troy. Dallas says, metaphor, Ed, seafood. Oh, yeah. Right, yeah, considering the song I just sang. Where did my cigarettes go? Ron says, the past, present, and future walk into a bar. It was tense. That's a damn dad joke right there, fella. Ron says, that set was awesome, Ed. Thanks. Cool. Appreciate that. Charlie says, love this song and you play and sing it so well. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Dallas Batchy says, potato. All that meat and no potato. Okay. I like fucking non sequitur jokes. You know what I mean? Like, your mama's so fat they painted the Ferris wheel green. You know. Do I hear thunder? Might be early fireworks or thunder. Christy Bush says, why green? It's a non sequitur. It doesn't make any sense. It does not follow. Dallas Batchy says, agreed on the humor, like absurdist stuff. Best blues cover. I appreciate that. Christy Bush says, uh-oh, all acoustic set. I got the electric over there. Got a Lucille back there. Dallas Batchy says, 2 messages there. Ron says, your mama's so fat, she shops for dresses in a tent and awning shop. Good old early 90s your mama jokes. Your mama's so fucking stupid, she failed a basic IQ test. George Ordway says, Mick Ralph's passed last week, and any bad company in you. I worked with him in college. Great guy. Shit, like bits and pieces. Like I still remember. Like I played a couple in bands and stuff. Used to do Burning Sky. I know that. Like Mike can do a little bit of that. Christy Bush says rim shot. Oh, yeah, rim shot glass. Charlie says, I just say I gotta get a hold of myself. Christy Bush says, be careful. Smoke this. I might play like a few bits and pieces of Burning Sky by Bad Company, that if I can remember it. I don't really know the words anymore, but Ron says, that one came right from my high school days. Christy Bush says, oh man, that's my favorite on this album, Ed. Yeah, that's this background music here is like my new album. Well, kind of new, like from last October, I believe. right here. If the creek don't rise. Get that link below. George says anything at all would be great. All right, I'll do that in just a second. Dallas says you are Ed, mate. I've heard a lot of people try to do those songs, but yeah, nah, fail because there's no try. Trying to play the blues ain't a thing. You do or you don't. You're effortlessly authentic, mate. Appreciate that, man. Christy Bush says, I love jokes, especially blonde jokes. Ron says, heck, I could do a rim shot. Let's see. The snare back there, let me see. Christy Bush says, here, here, Dallas. Dallas says, great group here. I agree. Got some pretty good people in the chat. George leaves a link to my album there. Y'all check that out. Yeah, wish y'all would. Dallas Batchy says, badoom tish. Yeah, rim shot. Christy Bush says, ba-bump, bump. Actually, like in drumming, like the word rim shot actually means something different. It's like when you're hitting the snare drum, you also like hit the rim with the stick, and it makes it crack louder. Chrissy says, cheers, Absinthe. Yeah. Got a pretty good buzz off that stuff. Okay, let me do some bits and pieces of Burning Sky. Yeah, gotta remember it. The sky is burning. I believe my... Damn it. One more time. The sky is burning. I believe my soul's on fire. You are. I'm learning the key to my desire. It's like, I don't know the words. Ran across the country field and all terrain. Blah, 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 the sky is burning. I believe my soul's on fire. You are. I'm learning the key to my desire. Yeah, about all I know of it. Can't sing like Paul Rogers either. That's for the the fellow that died from Bad Company. I believe one of the guitar guys or the guitar guy. Not sure. All right, back to the AC and the background music. Gary Moore's You Know I Love You. Don't know that one. Christy Bush says, I guess I have a dirty mind. Dallas says, Hendrix or Zepp? I'd go for Hendrix probably. I might do some Hendrix in a little bit. Christy says, you got it, Ed. Appreciate that. Jody Mays says, Asking for Water by Howlin' Wolf. Lyrics. Need the lyrics. It's like, asking for water, she give me gasoline, something like that, right? Ron says, who wants to see Ed take a drink of the Chinese Shine? $20 super chat does it. Yeah, I'll take $20 to drink that. Yeah, this Chinese abomination right here. This whatever this stuff is. Baijiu, I think they call it. Christy says, if I had it, Ron, but you better play. Ron says, the fatty Dallas has made him channel his inner Yoda, but for the blues. Christy says, I'm a shish. You can keep talking. I love y'all's comments and stuff. Blackie Ted says, I see you have a drum set in the background. Yeah, you should get some friends over and have a live jam. It'd probably sound like shit with this one mic here. I'd have to mic everything up. It'd be like a technical nightmare. George says lead guitar Mick Ralphs. Okay, that's the guy from Bad Company who just died recently. I'm still kind of broke up about Brian Wilson, man. I was a big fan of the Beach Boys. Restart this backup music here. Okay, Dallas Batchy wanted to hear some Hendrix, I believe. Let's do some Hendrix. Ron says, Ed, would you bring your pedal board for Hendrix? I'll bring that out on the 4th, all right. Ron says all the good ones are dying off. Yeah, everybody's in their fucking 80s now, like all them old rock guys. On here.
Around town. Yes, I did a shot of. I come on lady messing around town. I gave it a gun. I shot her. go? Hey, Joe, where you gonna run to now? I said, where you gonna go? I'm gonna make it down south, way down where I can live free. I'm gonna make it down south, way down to Mexico Bay. Ain't gonna hang me, brother. You ain't gonna put no rope around me. Better believe it right now.
All right. Hey Joe. Written by Billy Roberts, done by Jimi Hendrix. Yeah, I fucked that one up a little bit. Yeah, that's thunder out there. It's thundering. Okay. Might get us a storm here. If the stream ends like early, you know what happened. Power might go out. You know, let me see here. Let me see what the fucking radar looks like. Okay, yeah. Got some thunderstorm action going on here. Dallas Batchy says, a puppet I am. Christy Bush says, I don't know what happened, and I don't know how to delete it. Dallas says, get down, do you, She says, perfect, Ed. Appreciate that. George says, for those interested, a good capture of Bad Company and Milk Ralph's. Patricia Jean says, yeah, appreciate that. Christy Bush says, thank you, George. Dallas Batchy says, so good, Ed. Appreciate it. He says, Billy Bob's song. Blackie Ted says, that was damn good. Appreciate it. Dallas says, no steel guitar. Ron says, Mississippi John Hurt said that when he was 8 years old, he learned guitar on his own. He would play after everyone went to bed in his undertone until he could in an undertone until he could play his tune. Must be why he sung quiet, I guess. Ron says, he developed his own style of picking and progressed from that point on by himself. Okay. See, I thought he might have picked up some Piedmont stuff or something, but he was from like Mississippi. I believe he was from the fucking Delta. But yeah, he played that like a alternating thumb style like they play in the Piedmont region. And Dallas says, me too, palm mute. Ron says, that was pre-war, of course. Yeah, right, yeah. Pre-war style blues. George Ordway says, people are getting to the age of giving up the ghost. They made it past 27. Yeah, now they're all fucking 80 something. But anyway, yeah, super chats are much appreciated around here. Like if y'all feel like showing me some love, like I would appreciate some super chats. Life of the show. I don't put ads on these. And yeah, for like a $20, like I'll take a shot of this damn Chinese painter piss right here. Probably like puke on my keyboard. Katie says, dust my broom. I can do that. All right. And wants the Elmore James version. Okay. So we'll do the slide version. Let me restart the chat real quick. Computer's getting kind of glitchy. rearrange my screen here 1 second. All right. Dust my broom. Here we go. If I can get a damn thumb pick. Katie says, thank you, Ed. Sends a $10 super chat. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much for that. There's Dust My Broom, Elmore James style, written by Robert Johnson originally. He didn't use a slide on it. Robert Johnson didn't. And Dallas says, a little Red Rooster, I can do that. All right. Charlie says, well played. Appreciate that. Dallas says, champion to Katie. Sebastian says, sounding wicked. Appreciate that very much. Dallas says, what's that song about the bad man? That's a Stack of Lee. Let's see. Charlie says, what was that Hendrix song you played in Robert Johnson style? It was a Red House. I can probably do that in a little bit. Alrighty. Hang on, let me stop my background music here. Red Rooster. Got to retune this thing. says Rosetta Tharpe. Got to learn some of her stuff. Sebastian says, I was watching your video of the compiled grave sites of the blues guys. Was wondering what those background songs were you had used. I quite enjoyed the second one. That was actually stock music I got, somewhere off of YouTube. I was trying to get the video out there. I was like, let's put some stock shit on there.
I got a little red rooster, too lazy to crow a day. A little red rooster, too lazy to crow for day. Got everything in the barnyard, upside in every way. Well, the dogs begin to bark, baby, and the hounds begin to howl. And the dogs begin to bark, baby, and the hounds begin to howl. Everybody knows little red roosters on the prowl. If you see my little red rooster, please bring him home. But if you see my little red rooster, please bring him home. Got everything in the barnyard, upstairs since he's been gone.
You know, Charlie said, Red House in the style of Robert Johnson. All right. It's one I did probably last year, I think. Just doing Red House by Hendrix, but with the guitar stylings of Robert Johnson.
Got a red house over yonder, that's where my baby stays. There's a red house over yonder, that's where my baby stays. Ain't been home to see my baby 99 and 1/2 days. Wait a minute, something's wrong, yeah. Lord, this key won't unlock this this door. Wait a minute till it's wrong, yeah. Lock this key, wanna lock this door. I got a bad feeling, my baby don't let me no more. Go back over yonder, see my baby cross the hill. Think I'll go back over yonder, way back on across the hill. If my baby don't love me no more, I know her sister will. Fucked up on that last verse. You get all the fuck ups here. I'm playing it for realsies. All right, this AC started back here. Sebastian says, got some warm weather coming out here in Cape Breton, 36 Celsius tomorrow. Saying, I hope all is well, brother. We're trying to find that book with the recipe in it. Been getting pretty hot out here. It was like 100 like one day last week, like 100 Fahrenheit, whatever that is in Celsius. Della says the only mash is sour. Christy Bush says enjoy your great weather, Sebastian. Scrabblebee says they could make a power smash seltzer. Randy Downing says, it all goes back to Robert Johnson. We owe him so much. He's not easy to play. Thanks. I appreciate that very much, man. Yep. Yeah. A lot of, like, most rock and roll, like most modern rock, kind of goes back to Robert Johnson. Like, they kind of rediscovered his music in the 60s. You know, Cream and Bob Dylan was into him. And the Stones were into him. Scrabblebee says, like my ex, I don't understand Celsius. I think like 35 was pretty hot. Katie says, Boogie Chillin' by John Lee Hooker. That's one I got to learn the words and shit to. Rodney says, hey, Ed, Robert Cray Smoking Gun. Actually, when I was a kid, I heard a bluegrass song playing that before I knew it was his song. But I don't know it, like, don't know the words and stuff. I think Dale McCurry used to play it. Still hot smoking gun. Scrabblebee says, like her driver's license, weight is my only assumption. Celsius always 30 under Fahrenheit. Sebastian says, would love to hear a live rendition of The Business. All right. I could try that. Let me see. It's one off my latest album, like If I Don't Fuck It All Up. I stayed out drinking all night, Spent all my money, got into a fight, I come home. Lord, she burning mad, yeah. Sleeping in the doghouse, Lord, she give me the business. Playing craps. Now I'm so broke I'll be begging for scraps. I come home, Lord, she burning mad, yeah. Sleeping in the doghouse, Lord, she give me the business. Hussy that I chance to meet, I come home. Lord, she burning mad, yeah. Sleeping in the doghouse, Lord, she giving the business. Hussy that I chance to meet, I come home. Lord, she burning mad, yeah. Sleeping in the doghouse, Lord, she give me the business.
There's one off the album there. Like, without the band part of it. Had drums and bass on the record. But Mallory sends me $9.99. He says, thanks for the tunes, Ed. How about when the levee breaks? I can do that for you. All right. Thank you very much for that super chat. I do appreciate that. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like showing me some love? Like I sure would appreciate those. All righty. And let's see, he said, when the levee breaks. Original version of When the Levee Breaks. Do it on this one. Capo.
Raining, the levee's gonna break, and the water's gonna come, but have no place to stay. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned. All last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. All these people have no place to stay. Look at it, mama, now what am I to do? Look at it, mama, now what am I to do? When the levee breaks, mama, you got to lose. both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. Ain't got nobody to keep that water away. When I crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. When the levee breaks, mama, you got to lose. She wouldn't do it for me. Well, I had a woman, she wouldn't do it for me. I'm going back to my used to be. When a mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. When a mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Told me to leave my baby and my happy home.
That's some When the Levee Breaks by Memphis Minnie and Kansas Joe McCoy. Of course, later played by Led Zeppelin. Ron says, got to make that a more regular song. Which one he's talking about? Scrabble Bee says, oh, that was Ed, worthy of a wait. So your songs are the new blues, Ed. Appreciate that. Sebastian says, yes, I agree. Appreciate it very much, man. Scrabblebee says, but it's worthy of centuries. Dallas says, uplifting, my style of pluckery. George says, Robert Cray, I never worked with him, but saw him in the Sweet Spot. Here's a taste. Yeah, I've seen his shit. In fact, I missed a chance to see him one time. He came to town. Scrabblebee says, since I broke my hand, all I do is pluck. Not because I can't use a pick, but the cast was new, so I learned to pick better. Ron says, killed it, man. Appreciate that. Scrabblebee says, I use this channel for jamming along a lot. Oh, cool. Taylor says, Mary Had a Little Lamb, SRV. That's one I don't know the words and shit to. Ron says, the business. Okay, talking about that original I had. Okay, yeah. I'll make that a regular part of the show. I need a shot. Shit. Scrabblebee says, this chat rules. Sorry for always bugging you. No, I love y'all's comments, man. Sebastian says, sounds great. With you, with just you and the guitar on that one too. Okay, cool. Hope so. Scrabblebee says, I'd take a shot. All right. Taylor Langley says, don't know the words. Good one. Ron says, me too. He says, break out that Hennessy. Okay. What's our choice is going to be? How about this Hennessy or Bushmills? Got the Hennessy Cognac and the Bushmills Irish Whiskey. Y'all tell me, Cognac or Irish? Dallas Batchy says a plectrum is a dirty word. Me too. I learned without one, but can and do just prefer 3 or 4 picks over that one. Blackie Ted says you should do a few live guitar lessons. I was thinking about trying those on Patreon maybe one of these days. Taylor says I'm too white to drink Hennessy. Yeah, black guys love that shit. Let's see, Ron says Hennessy. And Scrabblebee says I either play with no pick or 75 picks. So we got 1 vote for Hennessy. Get them votes in. We got the Cognac or the Irish. Dallas Batchy says, what did one rooster say to the other rooster? Hen, I see. Oh, shit. Some damn dad jokes there. Ron Swanson says putting that on Patreon would be great. Taylor Langley says Hennessy. Mark says Irish. Rodney says, what is your liver calling for? It sounds like it could be a blues song and Bushmills. So we got a tie now. Scrabblebee says Hennessy. Okay, Hennessy's winning. Dallas says Spill. Let's see, Spy Mean, Hennessy, nailed it. All right, let's do that Hennessy. A little bit of Hennessy cognac. Great when you got ladies over at the house. Some dark stuff there. All right, cheers, l'chaim, prost, slanta, salud, all that good stuff. Here we go with the Hennessy. Good stuff. Slightly raisiny. Yeah, my wife bought that from China. Brought that from China. I mean, like from her mother's liquor cabinet. Her mother's an alcoholic and has all kind of liquor and shit up in there. And yeah, like in China, cognac is actually a status symbol. Scrabblebee says, which rooster wears the khakis? Ron says, do the ladies man, brother. Oh, the ladies man? Yeah, I got got my Courvoisier right here. Now that's disgusting, y'all. Scrabble says, the SNL, the ladies man, was a good sketch. That was funny as hell. Yeah, back when Saturday Night Live was good, like 25, 30 fucking years ago. Cosmic Sunbeam says weed. He's smoking up. Ron says that's the best. Taylor Langley says, I answer the door to the ladies in my Hugh Hefner robe. Oh shit, got the smoking jacket. Should wear it when the fucking Jehovah's Witnesses come by, you know. You're like, hey there, what's up? When it come, you know, gotta have it unbuttoned down to here and be like, you know, why don't you come on in? We'll have a little party. Dallas Batchy says, between the hat and the Hennessy, you're just pimping it. Yeah, got the pimp hat here. Bought in the antique shop for like $20. Scrabblebee says, I do take jokes too far. Please don't let that slide. Always let me know if I offend. There's no way to offend me. I'm an edgy motherfucker. I listen to fucking G.G. Allen and shit. So. Dallas Beshy says, smoking jacket. George Ordway says, ladies man, if it's not too late, I'm catching up to the stream. Okay, Hennessy won, right, yeah. Ron says, a weed smoking jacket smells like skunk piss. I didn't know they had a weed smoking jacket. Taylor Langley says, hey bro, the religious girls are the biggest freaks. You know, from my experience, like, you know, like, it's kind of true. Scrabble says, no joke, I answered the door to the witness brigade, and I was only in underwear. They talked to me for 10 minutes. They only come on Saturday morning at like 8 o'clock in the morning. You know, I just be like, get the fuck out of here and shut the door. Sometimes I'll argue with them a little bit, you know, just fuck with them and stuff. Lisa Kozik says, love that hat. Yeah, it's got no brand on it. Like I bought it like in an antique store in Thompson, Georgia. And, yeah, I put it on my head. It's like, well, it fits, I'll buy it, you know. Dallas says it's not a kimono. Scrabblebee says I never smoke in jackets, I'm too nice. Taylor Langley says I'm too hungover to even notice. Rodney says do you play Charlie Musselwhite even though he's a harmonica player? Even though he's a harmonica player. I don't know none of his stuff. I'm not a harmonica player either. I can't play one. What do y'all got for me? Talk to me, people. Scrabble says, I'm so nice I gave all my money to Monopoly Go. Think I was buying someone else a house. I'm just dumb. Taylor says, can you do G.G. Allen in the style of Robert Johnson? I don't know. I don't know if that's possible. Ron says, I froze out. Rodney says, Little Ed and Blues Imperials. Dallas Batchy says, for real, mate. I thought they would be. Got to find me some gold. Them damn Jehovah's Witnesses, they come knock on my damn door. I'm hungover on a Saturday morning, like about every 6 months. Open the door like, fuck you, get the fuck out of here. I'm kind of like, I'm kind of hostile and shit. Dallas says, Seb, that's a trivial pursuit. Rodney says, Poppy Chubby. George Ordway says, SRV in you? I'll do something just a little bit, all right. Dallas says, Snap Uno. Lisa Kozik, ooh, it's a lady. I got some Courvoisier here. Lisa says, I don't answer the door. I usually can't see people outside when they knock on the door, so I have no idea who it is. Taylor Langley says, I play as a Jehovah's Witness when I get pulled over by the police. Gets me off every time. Sebastian says, yeah, I'm not into religion books either. I always try to think outside the box. I read them, like, but I'm not religious in any way, shape, or form. Like, but I do read like some of those, like just to kind of keep tabs on what they're up to, The Blackie Ted says, I keep a wet paint sign on my porch to keep people away. Scrabblebee says, they stopped coming by after that one time. Ron says, at the end of the proper 12, I also have Jameson. I should do a comparison between the two next shot. Yeah, that'd be cool. Like, from my experience, I kind of like Jameson better. Dallas says, door must be nice. Scrabblebee says, last person that came up out the driveway was Uber Eats, and my brother yelled at him. Rodney said, Joe Louis Walker. I need to learn some of his stuff. Ron says, no harm in reading them. Yep. Good to stay up on the scholarship on that kind of stuff. Like biblical scholarship. That's cool shit. Like, interesting. Scrabblebee says, we have a all year round Halloween type driveway. I wish I could do that. Like, my wife probably wouldn't let me. Yak says, Jenna Jameson. Yeah, I'd drink her up. Thomas Newberry says, I opened my door to 2 female Jehovah's Witness gals. The height of summer, I was butt naked. They didn't hang around long. I bet. I believe, like, all you have to tell them is, like, take me off your list. And they have to take you off the list and they won't come back. But I've never done that. Like too groggy in the morning. Sebastian says, knowledge is power. As it has been said, that's true. Taylor says, Uber Eats is too damn expensive. Yeah, fucking DoorDash and shit. He paid like $50 for like a damn hamburger meal and shit. Scrabblebee says, I love reading religious writings. Props. I just am too dumb to preach. He says, I truly love reading awesome words from anyone, but I'm far from speaking them. And Rodney says, Ed, Motown, do you know, but I bet you appreciate it. Can you play one? Ah, shit. Wish I knew a couple of Smokey Robinson songs. Like that was my favorite from Motown. But shit, I don't know none really. I used to have to play like certain Motown songs as being like part of beach music, like South Carolina beach style music. They love a lot of Motown songs, like Under the Boardwalk, and all that shit, like My Girl and all that stuff. Ron says, I'm actually a Bible scholar, only degree I have. Damn, know it back to front. And I watch a lot of Bart Ehrman, like he has some good stuff. Scrabblebee says, I may try to become your friend, Ron. Yak Fishing says, there's a place in Florida called Christmas. It's a whole town that's decorated 24/7, 365 like it's Christmas. About the end of ICT, the town is stupid packed to get to the post office. But Florida is kind of a weird location for a Christmas town, isn't it? I'd put that shit like somewhere like in northern Canada, like, you know, it's like snowy and stuff. Ron says, when I was a young man, I got mine. I sure did too. I had a fun time in my 20s and early 30s and stuff. Yak Fishing says, folks want their cards and packages stamped Christmas in the front. Lisa says, the blues is my religion. Hey, that's a fine one to have. Ron says, I thought it was good to know. George Ordway says, I bought my cousin Crown Royal and Crown Royal Select. We did a taste test. Select first, then regular. The regular tasted like rubbing alcohol. Yeah, I am not a fan of Crown Royal or pretty much any other Canadian whiskey like R&R and Seagram's and all that stuff. But, you know, Canadian whiskey is more popular than American whiskey in America, actually. Randy Downing says, my mom was semi-blind. When the religious cats, etc. would come around, she would always invite them in and chat. Scrabblebee says, I wish I had Halloween decorations. It's the horror movie Halloween style driveway. One way in, one way out. Sounds like mine. Ron says, doesn't help you get a job though. Talking about having a religious studies degree. Taylor says, I just got back from the Philippines for 1 month, 18, almost 1 to 3 per night. 18 what? Chicks? Huh. Like Maury says, when I was a teenager, the witnesses showed up and we asked them about all the religions on Earth and told them we weren't from Earth, but we were sent to learn. Shit. Like a Heaven's Gate type of thing. Like Ron says, my parents are religious. Okay, yeah, but mine weren't. Like we'd go to like church every Easter, like because my great uncle had like a Baptist church, and we'd go there to kind of show fealty to him like every Easter. But my parents like weren't too into it. Dallas Batchy says, or invited them in, really nice, like, and just keep asking more ignorant or impotent questions until they volunteer to leave and they don't come back. Rationale, logic, etc. escape them, preventing growth. Usually the fucking Jehovah's Witnesses, like if you argue with them, their arguments are like very basic. Like they're not like well-versed apologists and all that stuff. Like it's pretty easy to argue them down. I've done it. They kind of give you that, those kind of like, look at the trees, like the pretty trees, like God made that, all that kind of stuff. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Yak says, I used to love 7 and 7, bro, and now it's just nasty. Yeah, talking about, the famous cocktail, Seagram 7 and 7 Up. I was never into that. Scrabble says, I love 7-Up, but it comes 7 down if you mix. Taylor says 18 chicks. Oh, damn, he had you some fun there, man. Ken Gray says, why did some blues progressions stay on the 1 on the 12th bar? Like your northern Mississippi, like hill country stuff, like they'll stay on the 1 like the whole time. If that's what you're talking about, like just stylistically, yeah. Scrabblebee says 18 women. Are you my friend Kip? Some people just get it. Haha. Music blogger says I go to church. I like it there. Yak Fishing says wrap that thing, bro. 18 in 3 days ain't nothing to be doing this day and age. Shit shows up 10 to 15 years later. You're right, yeah. Might get a few surprises. Scrabblebee says props 87, you rule. He says best organ music and smiles come from my buddies in church. Ron says, yeah, I studied other religions too. Islam, not my favorite. Jewish, all Christian faiths, Buddha, Shinto, and a few others. Oh, okay, cool. Taylor says, yeah, okay, for sure. Music blogger says Jehovah's Witnesses and the Church of the LDS aren't true Christians, though. Well, I mean, you know, it's all the same kind of shit, you know. Like, basically the criteria for Christians is, do you believe that Jesus became a zombie? Like, if the answer is yes, you're a Christian. Like, that kind of applies to Jehovah's Witnesses and the Latter-day Saints and stuff. Like, Ron says, they both believe in Christ. Shovel says, Christians. Yak Fishing says, how are they not true Christians? Scrabblebee says, I believe in something, but I love kind people. Not me. Like, I'm like a total fucking materialist, you know, Friedrich Nietzsche, like Richard Dawkins atheist like myself. Rodney says, going down Freddie King or Beck. You did Freddie King before. I think you said you did one song by Freddie. Yeah, I do some. Yeah, I can do Hideaway for you. Let's do one. And remember, folks, super chats are much appreciated around here. If y'all like what I'm doing, show me some love. Send me a super chat. I would appreciate that a lot. Here's some Freddie King right here. We got a super chat from Brian McGuire for $4.99. He says, Dimples by John Lee Hooker. All right, I played that one earlier, but I'll do a repeat since you sent me a super chat. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. Dimples by the great John Lee Hooker, recorded back in the 1950s originally, I believe. Dallas says, admins are the bomb right here. Cool. Yak says, what just happened, George? Sybil says, time to get small. Dallas says, you. Scrabblebee says, ooh, that riff was slick. Appreciate that. He says, that's why I love this place. The guitar speaks the loudest. Ron says, George, who was getting upset? Dallas says, nobody I noticed. George says, just catching up with the chat. Ed dealt with it. I don't know what I just dealt with, but Ron says, oh, okay, thanks. Scrabblebee says, I got to record guitar for a buddy. Thank you for being my teacher. Love y'all. You rule. Appreciate that. Ron says, I hate suppressing speech. I'm not sure what y'all were fucking referring to there. I didn't ban nobody earlier. Let me see. Scrabblebee says, ooh, I'll stay for the chat read. Yak Fishing says, okay, I missed it, but thanks, folks, for staying on top of Ed's house. Scrabblebee says, I think we all became friends. Yeah. Ron says, no, we don't mean you, Ed. Okay. Blacksmith says, hi from London. Love your playing. Appreciate that very much, man. Hi from South Kakalaki. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and, take care of some man business. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ron says, I think George was saying someone was not wanting us to talk about religion, science, philosophy, since it's a blues channel. I'll talk about anything. I don't give a fuck. Scrabblebee says, quit cleaning off the guitars. George says, any AC/DC in it? Maybe a little bit later. Rodney says, T-Bone Walker might do some of that in a little bit. All right. Yak Fishing says, damn, Ed is packing into guitars as of late. Usually just 2 in there. They usually got like 2 acoustics here and an electric. Yak says, hey, Ron, let Ed be the final call on those topics, bro. Ron says, had to see a man about a horse myself. He says, what are you talking about? Anyway, yeah, still got the fucking Chinese paint thinner here. Like straight from China, no English on the bottle. And there's some pretty fucked up stuff. I'd said earlier I'd do a shot for like a $5 super chat, then Ron upped it to 20. So we'll say 10. We'll kind of meet in the middle. With the good old, Maoist red star right there on the bottle. Wife brought this over. 100 milliliters. And I mean, this shit, yep. It's like dog food flavored liqueur. Music blogger says, did your wife bring you that? Yep. Scrabble says, might have done it wrong, but my horse is a doctor. Scrabble, Ron's, gives me some question marks there. He says, it is up for talking about everything. I know that. I'm not making it up. Scrabble says, who knows? Yak Fishing says, does she not know you don't like that stuff, Ed? Did you have dinner on the table when she walked in? I'd had the house clean, but she knows I don't like it. That's why she brings it. George says, what proof? It's 56% alcohol, so 112 proof. Scrabblebee says, my jokes never land. Rodney says, Ed, if you tour, you have a dog, what would it be? If you had a dog, what would it be? Like a dog's name? Let me think here. Ooh, a name for a dog. Spot? I don't have no dog. Never had one. But my dad used to have one. Like when I stayed with my parents in high school and stuff, they had one. I do have a frog named Bill Harrison. Rodney just read that. Dallas Batchy says, me neither, Ed. Anyhow, I do got to go choring. So AFK, be right back. If not, you're all good in my book, folks. It's been therapeutic as usual. Keep it real and be kind. Peace. All right. See you later, Dallas. You have a good one, man. Scrabblebee says, Dallas, you rule. George says, female, Sally. Scrabblebee says, I named my dog. Never had one. Taylor says, I named my dog Leroy. Ron says, did I do something to upset you, Yak? I'm unsure. It was not done on purpose. George says, male Butch. Scrabblebee says, not mine. Great name for a pet. Yak says, later, Dallas. Yeah, we got one pet. We got the frog. His name is Bill Harrison. Like, you know, lives in the aquarium. Scrabblebee says, I love my cat. He's 15. We still call him Kitty Stink. Shit. I need a beer. My mouth's getting dry. Like, can't fucking talk when my mouth dries out. So what the fuck here? A blue moon. Been a while. Twist top. Straight from the gas station. Ron Swanson says, do you catch crickets for the frog? No, I mean, he's kind of small. It's like an aquatic, like clawed frog. Just feed him pellets and shit. Taylor says, I had a pet rabbit one time, but the little motherfucker literally chewed his whole foot off down to the bone. Ouch. Damn. Now, I used to have like tree frogs and things like that, like, you know, like more normal, like terrestrial type frogs. And you do have to give them live crickets. Had to go to PetSmart like every couple of weeks and buy live crickets. Taylor says his name was Fluffy. Yak Fishing says, no sir, not at all, Ron. I thought somebody said something and you took care of it. Religious talks, but no, bro, you're always good, Ron. Scrabblebee says, we don't often call him shit, but cats got claws. Says, okay, his name's Tux and he rules. Lisa says, are you playing somewhere for the 4th of July? Nah, I might do a live stream on here. Now, I got no plans for the 4th except for shooting fireworks and maybe getting on here. Yak Fishing says, I have a huge African clawed frog. Yeah, that's what mine is. Not huge, though, mine like, just feed him pellets. Rodney says, speaking of Blue Moon, can you play Blue Moon of Kentucky? I can do that. All right. Scrabblebee says, props to animal owners. You guys are gems. I wish I had that responsibility. Yak says, hi, Lisa. Let's do some finger picking. Just 1 second here. I think somebody had one earlier, too. Oh, can't find it. Alrighty.
bring back my baby tonight. Blue moon, keep shining bright. I said blue moon of Kentucky to keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gonna prove untrue. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gonna let me blue. I listen on a moonlight night, the stars are shining bright. They whispered from on high, your lover said goodbye. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gonna say goodbye. Sun was shining bright. They whispered from on high. Your lover said goodbye. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gonna say goodbye. I said, blue moon of Kentucky, won't you keep on shining? Shine on the one that's gonna prove untrue. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gonna let me blue.
Right. So, yeah, that was one of Elvis's first songs out on record, and I met the fella that wrote that, Mr. Bill Monroe. Met him twice. He's a rock and roll Hall of Famer himself, even though he played bluegrass, the father of bluegrass music. Scrabblebee says, I kind of record experimental tracks on YouTube. Is it okay if I name one after you? Yeah, go ahead. And Lisa Kozik says, I got a new car. Thanks for your help the other time. I got a Subaru Crosstrek 2025. Oh, that's cool. Ron says, I have an admin. However, I don't censor people. I am an admin. However, I don't censor people on here ever. Only bots and trolls that get out of hand. But that's rare as hen's teeth. Yak says, I got you, Ron. I wasn't offended at all. I thought something broke out when I was cooking the dog's food, and you fixed the problem. No, sir, not a problem here at all. Just glad whatever it's got fixed. Rodney says, thanks you, Ed. All right. Lisa says, love that blue moon. Appreciate that. Appreciate y'all. Yak Fishing says, good job, Ed. Appreciate it, man. Ron says, we're a cool man. Scrabblebee says, thank you, Ed. You rule. And he says, that was crispy, brother. Cool. Thank you. Yak says, experimental Ed. Yeah, I mean, I listen to some experimental music sometimes. George Ordway says, I wouldn't call him a pet. I have a woodchuck that is hanging around my tree length, wood for heating. She run under my woodshed when I saw. Scrabblebee says, Ron rules. George also rule. We all rule. Need a cigarette. Trying to read all these like semi-English fucking chats and stuff like that. He says the 4 birds in my barn rule too. Yak Fishing says, man, I have the 1 frog, 2 expensive dogs getting repaired, 8 raccoons, and 6 possums. And you got a fucking zoo down there, damn. And Ron says, I need a shot. All right, let's do a shot. Scrabble says, I call my lingo a stretch of the tongue and brain. Now me, like when I write, I'm a fucking grammar Nazi. I write the fucking King's English because I can't speak the King's English very well. I'm from the deep South. I kind of, talk fucked up. And so when I write, like I kind of take pride in being like, got proper spelling and pronunciation, or not pronunciation when you're writing, but fucking punctuation and all that stuff. Scrabble says we got the whole crew, possums and all. Let's see what kind of shot we're gonna do here. Okay, some Courvoisier for the ladies right here, and we got some Cutty Sark, some 12-year-old age Scotch here. Y'all tell me, Scotch or cognac? Rodney says, I tell you how you can read all of us all over, and on the little finger gadget, you do great, dude. Appreciate that. Blackie Ted says, why were you smacking your cigs? I don't know. Oh, you talking about like doing this? Yeah, you got to pack them. That makes them smoke better. Yeah. Yak Fishing says, hell, I have 3 horses in the living room in urns. Oh, damn. You got the horses cremated, huh? Scrabblebee says, then I fucked up and talked worse. Haha. Yak Fishing says, Blackie, it packs them. Yeah. Kind of, it makes the tobacco, like, you know, more compact. You might be able to see it on camera. I'm not sure. See that space, like between the paper and the tobacco there? Makes it smoke better. Scrabble says, I mostly think I'm Norwegian, but I only know 5 words. Ron said, ladies man. Ron says, that's to say brandy, okay. He votes for cognac. Scrabblebee says, some messages, so some massage the cigarettes, some smack them. Yeah, just smack them. Lisa says, I speak, let's see, Spanish-lish. Hubby says, and I say, yeah, and both Spanish and English. Not very well. Spanish-lish. Spanish-lish. I was pretty good at Spanish in school, but I forgot it all. Rodney says, let's see, how can you play after that much drinking? Are you up? Or you just get started? Nah, I'm fine. Get them votes in, folks. Cognac or Scotch? I got a pretty decent tolerance, you know, for alcohol. Rodney, I just read that. Yak Fishing says makes for a stronger hit too. Yak says years of practice. Scrabblebee says we roll around with a team called Tolerance. He votes for Scotch, so we got 1 vote for cognac and 1 vote for Scotch. Get them votes in. Your vote counts. Scrabble says, I hope my mom doesn't find this chat. I live with her. I think my mom watches my shit. Maury says, musicians rule. I made 90% of my lifelong friends after I started gigging and playing. Yeah, I know a lot of musicians around here and stuff. Yak Fishing says, you know, I'm calling for the yak. Maury says, in bands. Scrabblebee says, 31 and only beer for me, but cheers. Ron says, there's no blood in his alcohol system. George Ordway says, ladies man, he votes for cognac. Scrabble says, Seattle loves this channel. Maury says, mix them out. That'd suck if I mixed them. I'm a purist. So far, cognac is winning by 1. Need more votes, though. Only got 3 votes. Scrabble says, 0 blood in my alcohol system. Scrabblebee says, Ron with the win. We'll go with the cognac. All right. The ladies' man Quavassier right here. Lisa Kozik says, I share this chat on my Facebook every time so people can get the best in this area. Cool, yeah. Share this on your social media. Hit that like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. I would appreciate that. And super chats are very welcome around here. I don't monetize these with ads because, you know, YouTube takes all the money anyway when they content ID me. So, yeah, like super chats are the life of the show. I'm basically busking on here. Throw one in the tip bucket if you care to do that. Scrabblebee says, I'm like the Will Smith of rap and comedy, but I'm learning. Rodney says, Ed, you ever been on a cruise? Nah. Not old enough yet. You know. I probably could have made a fortune like playing on cruise ships in my 20s. Should have done that. All right, let's do this shot here. That's a big shot. Oh shit. Over poured it. Okay. Ron says, are you a purist when you cook, Ed? Sort of less is more sometimes, yeah. Like when I learn a recipe, it's usually like European stuff, like French and Italian and Greek and shit like that. And I look at like 10 different recipes and I figure out like what the real traditional shit is, and I try to go for that. I am not like a very innovative cook. Like I just go for traditional shit. All right, here we go. Cheers, Prost, L'chaim, Salud, right down the hatch. Ron says, I tend to be that way. Yeah, pure, clean flavors, right. Like especially like Italian stuff and Greek stuff, that they have dishes like with like 4 or 5 ingredients in them. Just kind of depends on the quality of the ingredients, like that really makes the dish and how you prepare them. And I can't stand dishes with like 25 fucking ingredients. Scrabble says, I was a cruise ship dock security guard, never cruised. Who here has been on a cruise? Not me. Yak Fishing says, come on, Pete, hit the like button. Y'all hit that like button. I would appreciate that. Scrabble says, the musicians on cruise ships didn't enjoy the choice they made when I chatted with them. Oh, really? Yeah, you're stuck there for 6 months. You sign a 6-month contract, but they do pay you, you know. It's like, what, about $12,000 for 6 months, something like that. Blackie Ted says, I hold my liquor pretty good, sometimes by the ear, sometimes by the hair. Yak Fishing says, my brother worked on a cruise boat. The pay is a ripoff, folks. Scrabblebee says, I love the musicians on cruises. Got to meet them, but they didn't talk highly about it. I mean, you have to play a lot of bullshit. You know, you got to play like Jimmy Buffett and stuff. Like, I ain't playing that shit. Ron says, in North America, it's common to throw a bunch of shit together that doesn't go together. Yeah. That's right, yeah. Yeah, I've met people who cook stuff and like put like 20 fucking things in the pot, and it just makes it like muddled and confused and stuff. George says PayPal. He sends a PayPal link. Yeah, I take PayPal donations and also super chats. That $sign at the bottom there. Scrabblebee says, Ron, that's the story of my life. Yak Fishing says, that's crackpot cooking, Ron. Mari says, I never tried cognac. Can't spell it either. So what, CONJAC or COJNAC? Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, not JG. It's COGNAC. Okay, yeah, can't spell French. Ron says, even 3 in Italian cooking. Yeah, I made carbonara last night. You know, just spaghetti, eggs, pancetta, parmesan. That's it, you know, some black pepper. Simple as shit. Scrabble says, I once mixed a cream cheese and peanut butter bagel. That might be okay. Ron says, let's see, Taylor Langley says, on a ship for 6 months. Fuck that. Yeah, you probably get tired of it after a while. Ron says, grilled tomatoes with cheese and basil. Yes, that's what. Yeah, do like a what do they call that? God damn it, like a caprese salad. Taylor says, I was on a big-ass 60-foot tall boat for 6 days, got drunk, and someone dared me to jump off the side. That's a good way to get killed. Taylor says, Captain came out and started bitching at me. Yak says, Ed, if you get kicked off a boat, it's in whatever country the bullshit goes down in. You got to find your own way home. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I bet. Yak says, love my crackpot, yo. Then Ron gives the proper spelling for cognac. George says, I was asked to design and run a planetarium on the Queen Mary 2. I helped them, but was under contract where I was. Helped, never saw the results. Damn. Yeah, the Queen Mary 2, like the last like true ocean liner, like transatlantic ocean, you know, kind of like the Titanic, like ocean liner. Scrabblebee says, never mix a cream cheese and peanut butter bagel. Edible, yes, but shameful. Ron says, yeah, exactly, Ed. He says, did you see Alligator Traz? I don't think I saw that. Scrabblebee says, I watched 20 people miss their cruise ship. Nothing we can do other than offer an expensive chopper. Damn. Yeah, just all them drunk people and shit. Ron says, medieval shit. I thought it was awesome. Alligator Traz. Yeah, never seen that. Yak says, I don't know if they still do it, Ed, but they used to pay you in your home country coin. So if you're from India, you got paid in their money, I guess rubles. And if you live in, say, the USA or Canada or somewhere, not rubles or rupees, yeah. Yeah, I've never left the country. Never been on a fucking plane. Not well traveled. Like, I've been all over the Southeast, been to Washington, D.C., been to Florida, you know, like stuff like that. But, you know, like anywhere you go, it's pretty much like the same stupid motherfuckers everywhere. So I don't, you know, I have no impetus to travel anywhere. Ron says it's a detention area for gang criminals who are illegal immigrants. The Alligator Traz. Scrabble says, my security guard counterparts made far too little for doing more work. The cruise ship hires hotel employees from the Philippines and pays them nothing. It's fucked. And that's what I heard about cruise ships. They got Greek sailors. They got Filipino crew. And, yeah, it's like usually the way they work, I believe. Lisa Kozik sends $10 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. Taylor says, not all people overseas are so much better. Yak says, so the chances of getting paid much less than the guy beside you was highly possible for doing the same job. All depends on where you were from originally. Ron says, in Florida, the swamp surrounded by snakes and gators. Yeah, I used to live in a place that was like very snake infested. Like I saw a lot of water moccasins. Katie says, so true, Ed, save your money. Taylor says, I met so many Filipina chicks going to college just to work on the cruise ship. I played a Filipino birthday party one time. That was kind of interesting. They didn't know what the fuck I was playing either. had a friend of a friend who was like an American guy who had married a Filipino chick, and yeah, like I played for him. Rodney says, "Old soul that can touch people even if a fee travel id." Ron says, "Lisa just tipped for the Chinese hooch, right?" Maybe, yeah. $10. Okay, yeah, that's what I said earlier, right? Okay. Well, here we go. Fucking Chinese corn liquor. I guess. I believe this stuff's made of sorghum. All right. We're getting down like Xi Jinping. All right, here we go. It's got like a kind of a dog food smell to it. Very, very rank. Fuck me. Okay. So the Chinese stuff is called Baiju. I don't know cheers in Chinese, but yeah, cheers, l'chaim, prost, hold my nose, skull, salute, all that good stuff, y'all. Here we go. 56% alcohol. Fuck me. Yeah, there you go. The Chinese Baiju liquor. Katie says, I hope it's not poison. Yeah, I mean, it's got something in it. Taylor says, rot gut. Frank says, brave man, Ed. Yak says, you go, Ed. Scrabble's laughing his ass off. Katie says, oh no. Taylor says, about to be Chinese eyes. Yeah, there you go, right there. This is the Chinese eyes. Scrabble says, maybe don't do it. Katie says, remember the Chinese dog food with lead in it. I think it might have some of that in there. Scrabblebee says, cheers. Ron says, Lakayada. Yak says, as long as it don't smell like fish sauce. Yeah, I've had to deal with the smell of fish sauce in my house before. Yeah, no, it's not even a Chinese thing either. Like, my wife just likes it. Makes the whole house smell like a fucking dumpster. Katie says, in baby formula? Oh, hell no. Oh, yeah. Talking about that scandal they had a few years back with the Chinese baby formula. Scrabblebee says, good TV shows. That cheers. Frank says, Chuck D. Ron says, SRV face. Right? Yeah, it's like a guitar face, right? Katie says, have 911 on speed dial. Scrabblebee says, freedom of choice. George says, I used to train in a private lake, water ski, slalom and trick. Saw the alligator every time I reset myself in the cove. We got like a few alligators around here, like mostly like in other parts of the state, like down near Charleston and shit. Like I have seen one like crossing a canal one time, but it's okay to swim in the water like in my town, like no alligators in town here. Ron says, took it like a real man, Ed. Katie says, you. Yak says, Rolf laughing my ass off, dumpster. Ron says, where does fish sauce come from? Thailand? I believe so. Or Vietnam? In Thailand, I believe, yeah. Mark says, can you play that old CCR song, Born on the Bayou? He spelled it like Baiju, Born on the Baiju. No, I don't know the words for that one. Lisa says, cheers, SRV. All right, we'll do some SRV. Frank says, a fish sauce is from Southeast Asian countries. All right, yeah. Had a few requests for SRV tonight. Need to finally go ahead and play one. More ass on this thing. Not that one. Cables, damn it. All right.
Once was a sweet thing, baby. Held that love in our hand. Now I see you out somewhere. Won't give me the time of day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a train. That's a cold shot now. Don't let love go back. Remember the way that you love me. Do anything that I say. Now I reach, kiss your lips, just don't mean a thing. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a train. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love come back. Man, I was sorry for ever causing you pain. Shows your appreciation. Life wasn't out anyway. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go back.
Some SRV right there. The greatest modern blues guitar player. George says, love this. Sad memory for me, though. I'll get over the blues when I pass, too. Scrabble Bee says, patience is a virtue, Ron. Yak says, Ron, how's about Life by the Drop? That's one I should learn. Scrabble Bee says, of course, he's going to do another SRV song. Might do one a little bit later. Ron says, I was thinking, ain't never going to give up on love. Scrabble Bee says, let's rip. And he says, pause button I'm using on romance, but the love always remains. Ron says, sick brother, appreciate that a lot. Scrabble Bee says, the vending machine by my house is tired of my pickup attempts. Taylor says, fuck yeah, can you do Matchbox? I can't do like old Blind Lemon Jefferson's version, but I can do the version by Carl Perkins, like the Rockabilly version. Scrabblebee says, that was sick, dude. Appreciate that. Ron says, the GOAT. He says, I was asking if you would learn like Ain't Gonna Give Up on Love for us, Ed. Let me write that down. I'll try to learn that by possibly by the 4th. Let's see. Yeah, Penn and Abilene. Let's see, Abilene. All right. My fucking beautiful handwriting there. Scrabble says, please know I was kidding about hitting the vending machine for free soda. Sometimes they fuck up and like your shit gets caught in there and you have to like tilt it or shake it or do something. Taylor says, can you add Lenny too? That's a good one. That might take a while. Scrabble says, no same person would hit a vending machine. Scrabblebee says, broken hand, unrelated. Lisa says, thank you. You're welcome there. Actually met Lisa in person at some gigs and stuff. She comes out and sees us sometimes. Ron sends Canadian $6.99. He says, you're the best. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are the life of the show. I appreciate you, man. Ron says, it's a tricky SRV song. Yeah, Lenny, yeah. Scrabblebee says, if my wall was a vending machine, I'd have more soda. Yeah. I used to get pissed off and punch the wall sometimes when I was like in my younger years, like, you know, full of vim and vigor. I'd be like, God damn it, motherfucker. Fucking cunt left me. Let's see. Basil Tiffany says, got here late. What's up? How you doing? Mark says, third-party commenters compared Baiju's aroma and taste profile to jet fuel, kerosene, poison, nail polish remover, drain cleaner, burgundy cheese, and salty garbage water. Yeah, we're talking about the Chinese liquor I just drank, the old hooch here. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, $10 super chat. I'll do another one. Scrabble says, you rule, Ron. Ron says, thanks for being here, Lisa. Ron says, me too, Ed. Taylor says, know any Grateful Dead? No, I do not. I mean, like Casey Jones, I kind of know like bits and pieces of that one, but I don't really know the words and stuff. I was never a big Deadhead type of guy. Like, my fucking psychedelic bands were, you know, the fucking Airplane and shit like that, like like the Beatles. Scrabble says, I had a punching bag when I was young. Please, 30-year-olds, buy a punching bag. Lisa says, thanks, Ron. I'll listen on the 4th. Ron says, and Pantera piss. He corrected that. He says, painter piss. Yeah, painter piss. Pantera piss, though? I saw Pantera. And I was like way too far away to get pissed on. George says, Dave's leg deep dive will show you how he composed his songs. Unlike Ed, he had to get studio drums and then went from there. Rip Days. Ron says, I was trying to get some cigars for the 4th for you, Ed, and I let it slip. Sorry, man. That's okay, man. And I'm like lying to my wife right now about not smoking, so... Scrabblebee says, your mods are dope. Cool. Taylor says, Hendrix almost jammed with the Dead, but he was chasing some cat and stood them up. Shit. I just like, I was a big psychedelic guy, liked a lot of that stuff, but like the Dead didn't do it for me. I thought they were too much like a country band or something. I was more into like Iron Butterfly and the Jefferson Airplane and shit like that. Basil Tiffany says, I tried to get into fish, never could. Mark says, Chinese drinking salute, ganbei. Okay. I've probably been told that before by my wife, but forgot it. Ganbei. Scrabble says, if a cigarette is a stick, would a cigar be a trunk? Maybe. Frank says, it is the 4th, a big deal in South Carolina. Yeah. Pretty much everybody in America has a barbecue or something, Back up to here, we make hash, barbecue hash and pulled pork and all that stuff. Get drunk, A pretty big holiday here in all of America, really. Ron says, Pantera piss or all those garage metal posers that copied them. I used to know some guys like that, yeah, that wanted to be Pantera. Scrabblebee says, my parents caught me at 12 for a cigar, but they said, looks like a slug. But my first cigar, as a teenager, I bought like a real cigar in a glass tube, and I didn't know you had to cut it and all that shit. I tried to smoke it, with the end uncut. I sat there well, fuck, can't drag off of it. Somebody told me I had to cut it. I cut it, bit the end off of it, and I inhaled it like a cigarette, and nearly choked to death, oh god. So yeah, that's how I learned to smoke cigars. Scrabble says the ash will get you caught. Ron says the 4th of July slipped my mind because we don't observe it in Canada. Yeah, they got Canada Day apparently a few days ago happened up there. Ron says, I thought of it in May, LOL. Taylor says, there's a free fireworks show down the street from me. I invited this chick, but my balcony is right down the street, so I'm gonna just tell her let's go to the apartment and watch them. Yeah, get her up there in the bachelor pad, man. George says, any chance of an attempt at Inagata de Vita? Ooh, that's a tall order right there. See the riff here. My favorite record by them was not Inagata de Vita. It was an album called Heavy. But let's see here. Got to figure it out. That's it.
In the gutter to be the her now. Don't you know that I love you?
That guy like kind of sang like a 90s singer back in the 60s. Like, in the gutter to be the her now. He was like a 90s cottonmouth singer. Scrabble says, I feel bad, but I give zero craps about the 4th. It's fun, you know, barbecue, getting drunk, you know, partying. Celebrating our founding fathers, cutting out the middlemen and getting all the money for themselves. And, you know, Mark says, Baijiu is the world's best-selling liquor with 5 billion liters. Is that billion? Yeah. Sold as of 2016, and 10.8 billion liters sold in 2018. Jesus, damn. Scrabble says, in school I mimed the pledge like Garth from Wayne's World doing Bohemian. Yeah, they made us say it too, yeah. Randy says, if you're a fan of Jorma, he's still doing it. Sorry, but I'm a few in and love Jorma K. Was that a Iron Butterfly guy? Scrabble says, great request. Ron says, you would if it never happened, LOL. Ron says, got some Ted in you, Ed. Okay, yeah, I'll do some Ted in just a second. Smoke this cigarette. Saving him for the 4th, but yeah, I'll do some Ted. Scrabble says, social anxiety and the 4th don't mix. I hang with the nervous dogs. George says, the original movie Manhunter. George says, I think I have that on LD. Scrabble says, who needs a nervous dog sitter in Snohomish? Snohomish. Taylor says, I learned Stranglehold, and that shit is kind of hard to learn. Yeah, that fucking solo, yeah. But I never learned it note for note, like the solo and stuff. Ron says, Ed, what was your last meal before the wife came home? Shit, like, probably like some week-old lasagna or something like that. Like I made like North Italian, like Bolognese lasagna. Bolognese. Scrabble B says, just kidding, I'm afraid of dogs too. Okay, Ron wants a Ted song. Let's play a Ted song. Kick it up here.
Come again now, baby, you're like a dog in heat. Tell us me about the clown now, baby, like the tear up the street. I've been smoking for so long, you know I'm here to stay. Got you in a stranglehold, baby, you risk it out away, yeah, yeah. Crush your face, yeah. Sometimes you wanna start low. Some people think they gonna die someday. I got news, you never got to go. Come on, baby, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on. Know the groove is a bitch now. You know I can't turn around. If my basket's in my way, you know I'm burning down. You're in the night that you left to me. You put me in my place. Got you in the stranglehold, baby. Gonna crush your face.
buzzing off here. Ted Nugent. I was saving that for the 4th. Thanks, Ron. Yak says, "Don't forget Paul Kantner. That's the old guy from the Airplane." Scrabble says, "I think it's a Gibson. That's the Epiphone back there." The guitar buzzes like hell. Ron says, "I grew up on a farm, Yak. Tons of animal experience. Dad, I grew up around chickens and all kinds of birds and pigs and stuff." Scrabble says, "Don't change, crew, you rule." Scrabble says, "All right, I'll leave and record." Yak says, "Then you know I'm right, yes." Ron says, "I grew up with cattle dogs and my own horses, cattle, barn cats, pigs, and chickens. Had a pig like take up residence under my room one time. That was fun. Like he'd sleep under there and be like, you know, like a Vietnamese potbelly pig." George Ordway says, "Good idea. I tried to get into the beginning of it last stream and it was taken down." Taylor says, "Nice. Thank you very much." And Ron says, "That was sick. Appreciate that." Sebastian says, "Great job, man. Appreciate that very much." Oh, by the way, I sent your CD out Monday. You should have the tracking number on that. Ron says, "Do it then too. It'll be even better. Do it on the 4th. Yeah. You know, I mean, what else on the 4th of July but Ted Nugent? You know, Mr. fucking America, rah, rah, rah himself, you know. Possibly the reason I have a soul patch, like him and Freddie King and shit." Taylor says, "Are you using a tube amp?" Yeah, like a little tube amp, a Fender Super Champ X2. Ron says, "I think they can be rehabilitated without drugs. However, the vet will suggest benzo for nervous dogs." Ron says, "Did you eat him?" Talking about eating dogs here? Ron says, "Working digs are high-strung and prone to OCD. Working dogs." George says, "What can you play from Pink Floyd?" I don't know a lot of Pink Floyd stuff lyrically. Like my fucking favorite Pink Floyd stuff was Syd Barrett, like Piper at the Gates of Dawn and stuff like that. You know, more of that kind of flavor, you know, psychedelic shit. Sebastian says, "Thanks, man. We're going to be pumping that in our little Toyota." Cool. Ron says, "The pig head, did you eat the one under your room?" I wish I could have. Like, I would have killed that motherfucker and eat it, like, if I could, but it was kind of a pet. Like, my dad, like, loved potbelly pigs, and a pig, like, got under the house and got, like, right under my room and just started sleeping under there. You know, every night I'd try to go to bed, that pig would be down there going, oh. Taylor says, "They did Sid wrong." Well, I mean, he got to the point where he was like crazy and shit, and they couldn't handle him, you know. I think he like developed schizophrenia or something. Yeah, like the good Pink Floyd to me is Arnold Lane and, you know, Apples and Oranges and all that kind of stuff. Taylor says, "I don't think he got any of the money from Pink Floyd." No, they did send him royalties. They had to send the royalty checks to his sister because when he got mail, like he'd throw it in the fucking fire. Like he liked to burn shit at his house in Cambridge. So they took care of the money through his sister. So yeah, he got plenty of money. Yak says, "Y'all want benzodiazepine?" I done forgot what that was. But you can go to the Joe Rogan show, like Roger Waters' interview on there, and hear him talk about Sid's mental decline. They did a tour of America, and by the time they got over here, like he was like fucked, like it just like losing it. Ron says, "I don't understand, Yak. See my comments above." Taylor says, got a buddy like that, got schizophrenia in his late 20s, was fine before then, just went off his rocker. Yeah, it's like the 20s, like when guys get it, yeah. But Barrett, like, just started acting weird and giving people the 1,000-yard stare and all that shit, and they had to let him go. But, I mean, he had enough, like, of his mind to do, like, a solo album or two, like, after he left the band. But it wasn't as good as, like, the Pink Floyd stuff he did. Katie says, took too much acid. Yeah, well, the acid probably exacerbated his mental bullshit, right? But, like, if you're fucking sane, like, acid is not gonna make you go crazy. Like, it'll definitely, like, teach you a few things. I've probably done enough acid to go insane. But yeah, if you got like mental shit going on, like acid will exacerbate it. George says, K for the paint. Sid, one too many trips. Have you seen the video of him showing up on the recording session in studio Pink Floyd built? Yeah, when they were doing, I think it was a Wish You Were Here, that record. Like he showed up like with his head shaved and no eyebrows, just kind of randomly showed up. Yak Fishing says, yeah, I knew a dude that was like 5 grades above me that had that stuff. Yeah, he kind of went nuts. People do that. Taylor says, one bad trip and you're screwed. I heard about that. Nah. Look, I've done plenty of acid, and I didn't go like completely insane. I mean, you can kind of argue about my fucking sanity, but is it, like back in my drug days, like in my early 20s, late teens, I was kind of a psychedelic guy, like acid, mushrooms, all that kind of stuff, and I'm fine, I think. Taylor says, talking about if you have like underlying illness. Yeah. Sid Barrett, like, most definitely had like some version of schizophrenia, and it was exacerbated by taking like too much acid. Ron says, it makes you lose touch with reality, and it's a dangerous road. Yeah. And I had like a couple of friends like get the shit. Yeah. I mean, it's like a really scary illness. Taylor says, what's your thoughts on Hendrix and SRV's death? Common denominator was Eric Clapton. Right. Pretty much. Yeah, Clapton is like cursed and shit. La Soie Boutique says, he had a girlfriend who grew up in the UK in the 60s, told me Sid was being dosed by a roommate multiple times a day. He was right in there with John Lennon, Ray Davies, Brian Jones, all the greats. Sid, yeah, he was. I mean, he was like the first rock singer to sing in like a flat out British accent. He kind of had like a damn Liam Gallagher type of thing going on, except he wasn't like an asshole and retarded. But let me see. Ron says, although woke culture and SAW, or I guess SJW, are doing the same thing, laughing my ass off. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Making people go crazy. Yak says, you remember Woodstock acid, Ed? Well, apparently it was like bad quality acid. The announcement on the stage was like, Stay away from the brown acid, man. It's like low quality bad stuff. You don't want to take it. La Soie Boutique says later Floyd totally different band, should have changed their name. Yeah, like a completely different band, like in the psychedelic days of you know, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. George says, I still have a black light. I've never had one. Like, not myself. Ron says, I have an interview with SRV, and he said, I don't think he died on his own. I think he had help. He scared too many people. Talking about Hendrix. There is a conspiracy theory about that, about his manager killing him and shit. The official story is he took like a bunch of sleeping pills and drank wine with it, and, you know, choked on his puke. Taylor says Eric Clapton was supposed to meet Hendrix the day after he died to give him a left-handed strat. Yeah, that's true. I've heard that. And Hendrix like preferred right-handed strats because he liked the whammy bar to be up here on top. Yak says, I knew a hot girl that used to put barrel acid under her eyelids. That might work. Shit. Ron says SRV believed people in power had something to do with it. A lot of people say it was his manager. Like La Soie Boutique says, speaking of Oasis, like early Oasis shows sound like Sex Pistols way better than their ballads. He kind of does have that fucking Johnny Rotten thing going on. Liam does, yeah. That, you know, shine. Right. Taylor says Yak sounds like a good girl. Yak Fishing says, no, it was 80s stuff. It was a blotter with Woodstock from Charlie Brown on it. Oh, okay, yeah. Never had that. That's before my time. I had Batman, Dancing Condoms, Tim Leary, like all brands of acid. You know, the black gel tabs. George Ordway says, Oasis got back together. Still good if you like him. Yeah, my fucking mother became infatuated with Oasis after I showed my parents an Oasis concert in about 1999 or so, like on TV. She got all their fucking bootlegs and stuff, and I kind of like them, but you know, I couldn't get like crazy about them. Yak says, Taylor, she was so damn hot, too. This was back in the late 80s, bro. Taylor says, I took Jesus Christ tabs one time, and it was the strongest, purest LSD I've ever taken. Got it off the dark web, straight from the source. Shit. Yeah, the problem with fucking acid is it, like, takes too long. It's like, goddamn, like, 2 fucking days you feel like fucked up, you know, like 10 hours of tripping your ass off, and you're strung out for a couple of days, and, you know, Yak says, any Soper 71 4s in you? I don't know. Ron says, when he was young, all he had was a right-handed strat, so he turned it upside down. That's why he got used to the whammy bar in that position. Right, yeah. Ron says, all his family could get. I believe the earliest picture of Hendrix with a guitar, that he was playing a Dan Electro. George says, from yesterday, Oasis. Ron says, how old are you, Yak? Taylor says, the LSD I felt fine the next day, even went for a run. Shit. Taylor says that this LSD, I just read that. But yeah, I was saying earlier, I first tried Absinthe in college in the 2000s, and you know, we kind of believed the myth back then, like the reefer madness myth about Absinthe, make you fucking trip balls, man. We drank that shit like nothing happened. I was like, damn it. Ron says it takes a long time to metabolize. Yeah, it takes a while to get out of your system. Yeah, like acid does. Yak says soapers or quaaludes. Okay, yeah, talking about some old school shit. There's some fucking Elvis drugs. Yak says 57. He says, why you ask? Taylor says, I took 3 grams of shrooms last week and went scuba diving 150 feet underwater. It was badass. I'm glad you're alive. That's a pretty dangerous hobby to have if you're taking fucking shrooms. Shit. Yeah, probably about 14, 15. Like me and my buddies saw fucking Trent Reznor like on that fucking music video, like drinking absinthe. It's like, man, that shit must be cool as fuck. And yeah, finally got a hold of some about 10 years later in the 2000s. Ron says, crazy. Kent Kearney says, Shroom Bay. Ron says, that's cool. George says, from yesterday, Oasis. Yak says, been down that fat too, Taylor. Cool place to be. Where'd you go? Taylor says, oh, bro, it was amazing. I went to, let's see, Tubataha in the Philippines. Best reefs in the world. Ron says, the good mushrooms grow wild where I live. Almost no one knows that. Yeah, but we got them around here too. Oh yeah. And like a chick come to our apartment one day and like dump out a book bag full of them. They picked in a cow field. They had fucking bugs on them and shit, like fresh ones. Ron says, I see them all the time in the woods. Yak Fishing says, Ed, I knew guys that shot heroin and went and did motocross professionally. Can you say, oh hell no? Yeah, you're right. Like I had buddies who shot heroin, but they didn't get on motorcycles. They just kind of like sat on the couch. LaSoie Boutique says, Taylor says, at Taylor, wow, sounds awesome. I want to do that. Snorkel, any communication with the sea life. Yak Fishing says, oh man, they sure are. I wish I could go there, but I want to spearfish. On shrooms? Okay, so you got like a guy on mushrooms, like in the water with a harpoon, like I don't know, man. Taylor says this guy was smart as shit that smuggled him in. Like he ground him up, put him in a capsule in a mushroom extract supplement bottle. They can't test psychedelics. I believe like acid can be tested for, but I don't think that drug testers like do it much. Don't know about mushrooms. George says cow dung, right? Yeah, grows in cow shit. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business real quick. All this liquor's like going right through me. Okay. LaSoie says that we all live in a yellow submarine. You know they were fucked up when they did that. The Beatles. Taylor says LaSoie. I grabbed onto a sea turtle and rode it. Ron says Angel Distance is old school. Angel Dust. I guess he means a PSP was almost dead. Now in the city near me is having a boom. That and damn the Angel Dust. Yeah, never tried that shit. Like, never was that stupid. Nah, I'd heard stories about that stuff. Taylor says the dive guide bitched me out though, and I almost got kicked off the boat. You know, you're like some guy like doing tours of fucking the ocean and stuff, like taking people snorkeling and scuba diving and. You know, you got a guy on your boat that's high on fucking mushrooms. Shit. Ron says, Trank. Lisa says, your music is really sounding good. I'm going to get into it on the 4th as a present for me. I'm going to get it on the 4th as a present for me. I would appreciate that very much. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah, link below. Ron says, I swear if autocorrect does that one more time, I'm going to lose my shit. Yak says, I smoked dust one time by accident. Holy hell. Ron says, it's the Chinese hooch. Yeah. LaSoie Boutique says, a sea turtle. OMG, cool. Look up Jeff Simonhoff turtles. Proyecto Tortuga documentary in an octopus garden under the sea. The Beatles reference there. Yak says, Ron, you asked me my age. Why you ask? Kent Kearney says, Rolling Stones put out a Zydeco track, Sonpan South. Talking about like Louisiana type music, the Cajun stuff. Taylor says, LaSoie, I'll do it. It was beautiful though, like so many sharks. YouTuber says, Sir Edward Phillips, what's up, man? How you doing? George, the links to the album there. Y'all check that out. I'd love that. Yak says, how old are you yourself? Taylor says, highly recommend it when you get a chance. Ron says, I fought a guy on PSP one time. I think he means PCP. I had to incapacitate him entirely. He wouldn't quit. Yeah, that's what they say about people like who are high on angel dust. Like they feel no pain and they just fucking keep going. Like even if you like shoot them and stuff. YouTuber says, cheers, fellas. He says, tear this mother down. Ron says he was like a bad guy in an action movie. Yak says Rodney King was on PCP when he went down over and over again years back. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was fucked up on angel dust. I've got memories of the LA riots back then, the Rodney King riots. I was a kid. Ron says, I'm 6 months younger than Ed, 41. Taylor says, damn, Ron, what are you, Steven Seagal? Yak says, oh, wow. Ron says, I was just curious since we got to know each other. Yeah, I'll be 42 myself. Like, if I live like one more year, I'll fucking outlive Elvis. That'll be good with me. Another year, I'll fucking outlive Seth Putnam. Yak says, y'all some pups. Ron says, don't sweat it if you don't want to say. Ron says, darn pups, eh? Yak says, I did say 57. My drummer's about that age, or getting close to 60. I don't like being in my fucking 40s. Like, the hair's starting to turn gray and shit. I got like gray strands in my hair. Like, gonna have to start using Just for Men. Kind of still used to being like young and stuff, and like I'm getting used to this 40 shit, you know. Ron says I have friends older than that. Ron says 50 is the new 40s. Yeah, he says I did have LOL. YouTuber says at least you're not losing your hair. I mean, if I am, like, I can't tell because it's so thick. So I did have friends who like went bald in their fucking 20s and stuff, in 20s and 30s. So yeah, I guess I'm pretty lucky on that. George says, sound off, USA here. You packing it in, George? YouTuber says, can you imagine being bald? Yeah, I hope I don't go bald one of these days. I just kind of let my hair do what it wants, and, you know, hope it stays there and don't get mad at me and shit and leave. Ron says, it sucks, eh? He says, I should assume the role of the stereotypical Canadian. Hey there, guy. Ron says, what are you talking about, eh? Yeah, ootin' a boot, right? Yak Fishing says it goes up like a stage curtain head. Now, see, my grandpa was bald, like on my mother's side. That kind of worries me. But he went bald like later in life, and it kind of just like kind of moved back like that, right? Taylor says, you barbecuing for the 4th? I've been thinking about it. Yeah, might do some ribs or something. Sometimes I'll be watching somebody on YouTube or TV or something, and all of a sudden they'll say like, I went out to the I went out to the car, and that's a fucking Canadian right there, right? YouTuber says wrong one. George Ordway says, LOL, I'm approaching 60 and still in my 20s mentally. I'm still about probably 17, 18 mentally. Taylor says a boot. I kind of learned that shit from wrestling, because I used to like fucking Bret Hart a lot. He'd be like, how's a boot I whoop your fucking ass? You know, Le Soir Boutique says, Taylor, how'd you like the Philippines? I hear you can rent an apartment for like $20 a month. I'm there. Damn, I got to move there. Fuck. YouTuber says Canadians soon to be 51st state. That was Trump like trolling old Justin Trudeau, which was funny as hell. Ron says, in my community, they actually talk like this. Like, hey, how are you doing? Hair straight back? How are you? Just giving her. Taylor says, La Soir Boutique, the Philippines is amazing. If I could work my job there, I'd be on the plane. Lisa says, I'm just 68 years young. Ron says it was funny as hell. LaSois says, cheers, Ed. I'm drinking Blue Moon bottles with you. No hangover. I don't know. I don't believe this stuff is hangover free. But you're in Britain, right? I didn't think they had Blue Moon in Britain. Yak Fishing says, when I lived in Florida, I knew a bunch of wrestlers, Ed. The Smoking Guns are friends. Okay, like, probably Tampa. Like, a lot of them guys live in Tampa. YouTuber says, at the parade. Sebastian says, I'll be 21 on Halloween. By the sounds of it, so much to look for. It was scariest Halloween of Mom's life. So, yeah, he's in Canada, like, but 21 is not the drinking age in Canada, right? Or is it? Yeah, my fucking drummer's birthday is on Halloween. What is the drinking age in Canada? Yeah, my 21st birthday was very interesting. Taylor says the beer over there is like 6.9%, but no hangover. America, they put a lot of bullshit in the beer that gives you a hangover. But I mean, you get good beer here, you know, like from a craft brewery. It's pretty good. George says we need more than this. How about some Jethro Tull after a smoke? Okay, sounds good. LaSois says I'm in South Florida, Eddie. I've been to Florida like twice, like when I was a kid. Went to Disney World and stuff. Jason Bowman says the Fountain of Youth is the sprinkler running in the front yard. Run through it. Sebastian says 19 is the drinking age. Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured you were turning 21, so you're gonna like do some hard ass partying like for your birthday, like what I did. Like a 21's drinking age here. I turned 21, like I got like fucked up, probably like a wonder I'm still alive and shit. Frank Morgendorfer says $100 a week in Thailand get you a nice bungalow 2 minutes from the beach. YouTuber says let's see, they were getting all gay. Ron says I was raised by a Canadian trapper and lumberjack while my mom and family looked after the animals in Graham. Origins of our country. That's pretty fucking cool, actually. I kind of like that backwoodsy type stuff. Like my fucking neighborhood is like turning into a neighborhood now, and I hate it. Like when we moved here, like nobody lived here. It was just woods and stuff, and now there's fucking people everywhere. YouTuber says bring out the good stuff. Talking about my song on that latest album there. Sebastian says I played at the bar for my 20th. There were chicks like stripping in their Halloween costumes. That's cool as hell. Shit. Kind of wish my birthday was Halloween. Ron says in BC, where I am, it's 19. British Columbia. Taylor says nice, bro. YouTuber says some cocaine and liquor. I did some coke like in my early 20s. Like didn't like it too much. Taylor says, I did coke off a stripper's ass when I turned 21. No, I just got like really drunk. YouTuber says, and some weed. Yak says, you know where Alfreda is? Just above Atlanta, right, Ed? Back in the 2000s, a ton of wrestlers lived around there. I still run into Papa Pump and Bagwell all the time. Grew up with Randy Savage. You fucking knew Buff Bagwell and Randy Savage? That's fucking great. Shit. I guess that's when they were doing like WCW, like in Atlanta. He says, Taylor, why did you wait so long? YouTuber says, I hate people too. Yeah, I'm not a people person. I got like a fucking Ted Kaczynski type of mentality. Like, I just want to live in a fucking cabin, like out in the middle of the woods where nobody can fucking talk to me and shit. George says, used to be 19 across the border. I would be the designated driver, take my friends to Canada. Taylor says, yak, I know, right. YouTuber says, didn't know Chris Benoit lived outside Atlanta. Yeah, probably. Yeah, like all them guys who did WCW probably lived in Atlanta. Ron says, I don't like that either. It's getting that way here, but we still have an insane ratio of land to people to... Yeah, I've got like a full-blown neighborhood going on here. I still can't see my neighbors from my house. Like, I've got trees and stuff, but like too many people out here. YouTuber says, old titty. Right. Ron says, Taylor, how'd it smell? Like fish? Taylor says, like heaven. Okay, request for, what was that? Let me see here. Tull, okay. Some prog rock on a blues show. We'll do that. YouTuber says, what are we drinking tonight, Ed? Well, I had some absinthe earlier. Trying to save this, like to troll my friends and stuff, but and we got some Chinese shit. I'll drink a shot of this for $10 because it's like fucking terrible. And got some scotch and some Irish whiskey. Ron says, I literally have a secret cabin in the woods that keeps me sane when this batshit crazy world pisses me off too much. I wish I had one. I used to threaten that to my fucking wife. Like, God damn it, you piss me off one more time, I'm going to go out in the woods and build a goddamn fucking log cabin and live on fucking squirrel hash for the rest of my life. And you ain't never going to see me again, damn it. It's too lazy to build one, though. And don't have a chainsaw. Yak says, yes, Bagwell never leaves the ring, bro. Not really a nice guy. Pump is an ass, too. He got in trouble for running over construction workers in his Ford. The exit was closed and he wasn't having it. YouTuber says, absinthe. And he says, some Asian liquor. $10 super chat, I'll do some Asian liquor. Ron says, that's what I thought, LOL. Ron says, heaven and hell in one. George says, nice, Ron, thick as a brick. All right, we'll do some thick as a brick. YouTuber says, you've been hunting before, Ed? Yeah, but I wasn't really into it. I'm more of a fishing guy. My fucking old man used to take me hunting and, freeze to death and all that stuff, and we'd never shoot anything. Like, all right, let's see here. The one by my favorite prog rock band. I like Tull. I fucking like King Crimson. I kind of like Rush a little bit and stuff.
Really don't mind if you sit this one out. My words but a whisper, you definitely say shout. I may make you feel, but I can't make you think. Your sperm's in the gutter, your love's in the sink. So you ride yourselves over the fields and you make all your animal deals. And your wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick. And the sandcastle virtues are all swept away in the tidal destruction the morrow will lay. The elastic retreat brings the close of play as the last wave uncovers the newfangled way. but your new shoes are worn at the heels, and your suntan it rapidly peels, and your wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick. That I feel so far away. I'm a bad dream that I just had today. Whoops. You shake your head, that it's a shame. Fuck up the bridge. Spin me back down the years and the days of my youth. Draw the lace and black curtains and shut out the whole truth. Spin me down the long ages, let them sing the song.
Yeah, Thick as a Brick by Jethro Tull. Seen them 3 times. Let me get that bridge right. And the love that I feel so far away. I'm a bad dream that I just had today. Something like that. Yeah. Fuck the bridge up. Guitar cables here. All right. LaSois says, Ed, I got to get some hot dogs, sausage for the 4th of July. What brand would you buy? Probably Nathan's. That's the best ones. Music Blogger says, Ed, my friend, please tell me you haven't done In the Pines yet. I did that earlier, actually. I'm sorry about that, man. Ron says, I'm going king Chinook fishing in 3 weeks. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mostly do like creeks and stuff, you know, like fish for brim and shit. YouTuber says, the guy from Rush sounds like a woman. He kind of does. Got a high voice. He's a fucking tenor. Old Geddy Lee. Yeah. Ron says, that's funny, Ed. I've gone on walkabouts in the woods to my cabin before. It didn't go over big when I came back. Talking about the wife getting pissed off, like, fuck you, I'm going to my cabin. I'll see you in a couple days. Music Blogger says, me and my dad are celebrating the 4th after church on Sunday. A big fat cheeseburger sounds nice about now. Yeah, I just bought a meat grinder so I can make like actual hamburgers that are worth a fuck. Might make some burgers on the 4th. Yak Fishing says, I like Canadian rock, Rush, Killer Dwarfs, Helix, Crocus, Rush, Anvil, Nickelback. A lot of good music from up there. Don't forget about the Guess Who, man. It's the best band from Canada to me. Sebastian says, great job, man. I was singing along. Cool. Appreciate that. YouTuber says, Costco, Kirkland hot dogs. Yak Fishing says, that's the way to do it, blogger. Mine died 56 years ago. Enjoy your time with him. George says, YouTuber, yep, he has a high tenor voice. Today's Tom Sawyer. Yeah. Sebastian says, I love the Tull catalog. Each album was an advancement from the last one, although I personally enjoy their first album due to its blues roots. You're talking about This Was. Yeah, every Jethro Tull album's like different. Kind of like the Beatles. That's why I fucking like them. Yak says, can't go wrong with Nathan or Kirkland. Sebastian says that they really evolved from 1968 onward. Yeah, they did not like churn out the same shit like over and over. Like every album fucking different. YouTuber says Triumph is cool. Fight the good fight, or something. Fight the good fight every moment. Yak Fishing says Russ Dwarf from Killer Dwarf sounds like Geddy Lee. Frank says, Ed, did you ever try generic beer in a white can? Never had the stomach to try it. I never seen that. Generic beer in a white can. Yak Fishing says, forgot them. George says AC/DC in ya. Okay, yeah, pretty late here. Let's play some AC/DC. Might get off by 2. Ron says, that was cool. Appreciate that. Lisa says, that was great. I'll have to check that song out. Well, I hope you got a while, because the real song takes up an entire album. Stein Erik Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? How you doing? AC/DC. Okay. Bash says, the Guess Who has some great underrated stuff after their radio hits. I loved a Live at the Paramount album from 1972. They got heavier before Burton went solo. Have to check that live one out. Saw that video you did for Burton Cummings of like a Little Richard and stuff. Like, that was cool as hell. Like, I figured he'd like something cool like that, Fucking love Little Richard. Can't sing his stuff for the life of me. It's too high.
You know what I mean? Women to the left of me, women to the right. Ain't got no gun, ain't got no knife. Don't you start no fight. 'Cause I'm TNT, dynamite, a TNT. I win the fight, baby, TNT. I'm a power loaded TNT. Watch me explode. Dirty, mean, mighty uncool. I'm a wanted man. Public enemy, number 1. Understand. Lock up your daughters, lock up your wives. Run for the back door, run for your life. The man is back in town. Don't you fuck me around. 'Cause I'm TNT, dynamite, a TNT. I win the fight, baby, TNT. I'm a power loaded TNT. Watch me explode.
right. Ain't got the Bon Scott tonight. He's too high for me anyway. Now, a Sebastian Halfpenny can hit that shit, man. I'm kind of like a high baritone myself. Sporty says a TNT, this version slaps Ed. Appreciate that. Let me see here. Ron says, I get it, Yak. Got to keep your eyes open and ears to the ground. I was lucky enough to get my dad's. Adam Lipsky says, Tony Hawk cheat code, watch explode. Yeah, like skateboards, never could ride them. YouTuber says, y'all have a great night. Well, you have a good one, man. Yak Fishing says, yeah, this is Sporty. It's even better now that you're here too. Sporty says, you too, YouTuber. Yak says, have a good one, Tuber. Ron says, good morning, Sporty. Sebastian says, I was jamming and singing along with you, man. Cool, cool. Appreciate that. Start my background music here. Ron says, you do it pretty good, actually. Yeah, just can't fucking hit them high notes. Sporty says, morning, Ron. LaSois Boutique says, Frank, yes, all the time. When we were underage, so cheap. Bready Milwaukee flavor like Meisterbrow or Pabst Blue Ribbon, baby. Oh, shit, yeah, Pabst, yeah. My dad liked that shit. George says, stank, that was great. Yak says, good job, Ed. Appreciate it. Ron says, it's outside of your range, but you do a good job. Outside of your range, but yeah. Can't really hit them high parts for Bon Scott. Frank says, cool. LaSois says, her Stroh's Fire Brewed. LaSois says, nice AC/DC, Ed. Appreciate that. Like with the band, I'll do that one. I'll do Dirty Deeds like sometimes, and I'll do like once in a blue moon I'll do fucking Big Balls. George says, you're sounding hoarse. Ready for Folsom Prison? Okay, we'll do it. Let's do it. Ron says, how's that commie hooch feeling? Yeah, I mean, I'm still burping it up, actually. Yeah, $10 super chat. I'll drink some more commie hooch right from China with no English on the bottle. Worst tasting shit in the history of humankind. Sporty says, Dirty Deeds is fun. It's a fun song to play. Lisa says, TNT, happy 4th to all. And don't forget, super chats are the life of the show. I would appreciate some from y'all. So, I don't monetize these with ads. I'm basically busking here. Like, y'all throw a tip in the tip bucket if you appreciate what I'm doing here. Let's do some Johnny Cash finger picking style.
It's rolling around the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Well, I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. Time keeps dragging on. But then people keep moving on down to San Antonio. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy and don't never play with guns. Well, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. But then people keep moving, hang my head and cry. fancy dining car. I know they're drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Well, I know I had it coming. I know I can't be free. But then people keep on moving, and that's what tortures me. And that railroad train was mine. I bet you to move it on a little further down the line, far from Folsom Prison. That's where I'd want to stay. Then I'd let that lonesome whistle throw my blues away.
We got here. Sebastian says jailbreak has a nice low to medium range to which it can be adjusted, but you wouldn't do a wicked version of that one also. I know the music to it. Yeah, I can kind of hit that one. Might need to learn the words to it. Alrighty. Yak says, I'll drink one for you, Sporty, on the 4. Sporty says, don't bother, Yak. Thanks, but I'm boycotting it. Yak says, love your Johnny Cash. Appreciate that. Sporty says, I'm not celebrating a land keeping me from my dying mother due to morons in charge. Ron says, I get it, Yak. I just paid for 2 kids' dentist bill. It was $3,000, and it was 80% covered by my work insurance, braces and shit. Yak says, say it ain't so, Sporty. Ed says he might show up here. Yeah, might do a 4th of July stream. Sporty says, I can listen on any day. Yak says, man, if it ain't one thing, it's 3,000 more, ain't it? Sporty says that this is my favorite Folsom version I've heard in ages. So good, I would appreciate that. And George says, Sporty, if I can help. Ron says, people think we have free health care. Truth is we pay for everything and have to pay a special medical tax. Okay, yeah, got higher taxes, yeah. Sporty says, can you help the pain and fury, George? The mental torment. Yak Fishing says, let's see, hang on. He says, how's that work, Ron? Ron says, Ed's Folsom Prison is the best. Appreciate that. Sporty says, I totally agree, Ron. Yak Fishing says, Ed is an old soul. Yeah, kind of old-fashioned, I guess, like musically and stuff. Sporty says, certainly, yeah, because Sporty says he's an old-fashioned, classy gent. I'd choose him over the bear. Talking about that old meme like a few months ago, like, would you rather meet a man in the woods or a bear in the woods? Like, they asked a bunch of women that. LaSois says, jailbreak, Frank, that beer was surreal, like the early days of generic, kind of like the movie Repo Man. Yak Fishing says, right. Ron says, and many others, I still pay full price. Yak says, y'all remember Billy Beer? I'm not old enough, but I know what it is. Like old Jimmy Carter's brother, Billy Carter, like had a beer that came out like back in the 70s and shit. Ron says Canadian Medicare is expensive and only covers what they consider emergency procedures. George says, Sporty, not sure. I might be able to check in and see if I can help to connect you again. Adam Lipsky says, know any Bob Seger Silver Bullet songs? I used to play like Turn to Page and shit like that like 25 years ago. Like I'd kind of retired from that kind of stuff. Just had to play it too much in bars. Yak Fishing says, I was always told Canada had free health care. Sporty Otter says, I used to be able to talk to her on the phone, but now her dementia is too far. Chad says, he says, Ed, you up for a bounty? Yeah, what you got in mind? Frank says, La Soie, it's amazing the crap we'll drink when we're broken young. Yeah, I had like a Mad Dog 2020 and shit. Sporty says, my sister's going to FaceTime with me, FaceTime me with her soon so we can speak. La Soie Boutique says, Frank in Arizona, our coolest beers were Lone Star from Texas, Tres Equis, and only brewed in Sonora, Mexico, like the old movies, Ratex. Ron says, social Medicare is just another way for corruption and embezzlement to thrive. Yak Fishing says, Sporty, I bet old Ed could destroy a pot of chili and cast iron cornbread. I know how to make cornbread. I've done chili a few times. I'm not a big chili eater, but I can make it pretty decent. Probably wouldn't win a contest with it. But Ron says, that's my jam, Yak. Lisa says, super night, Ed, night out. You have a good one, Lisa. Glad you enjoyed it. Yak says, the chili Ron. Yak Fishing says, dude, I could live off chili, bro. I love that shit. Sporty Otter says, my sister has her hands full. Makes me fume, too, because she needs me to help. Ron says, yeah, people think that, and our government says that, but the citizens all say differently unless they are Native Americans. Their health care is completely free. Chad Thompson says, something from the Reverend. Devil's Chasing Me or Big Sky, baddest of the band. You talk about a Horton Heat. Okay, let me write those down. Devil's Chasing Me and Big Sky. All right, I'll check those out. Or Smell of Gasoline. I was on my way to a Reverend Horton Heat concert one time at a little place, the punk club we used to go to, the Capri Cinema. And I fucking got sick and couldn't breathe and shit and had to come back home. But didn't get to see him. Sporty says, two demented parents, one is docile, one is not at all. One is a handful. Ogma says, top of the morning, everybody. Did someone say cornbread? What's up, Ogma? Yak says, United. Lisa Sporty says, Horton Heat is the bomb. Caught him live once by accident. Ron Swanson says, I have a competition winning recipe. I've won 6 years running. Damn, that's pretty damn cool. Sporty says, it's a grand soft day here, Ogma. Finally, Ogma says, haha. Sporty says, the Reverend is badass. Chad says $100 for a good Reverend Horton Heat song that you can add to your routine. All right, I'll learn that. All right. You're the kind of girl I'd like to eat. Ogma says sunny as fuck here. In Ireland? Shit. Yak says, Ed, do you still need to dip your ears in some Luther Allison, bro? You'll trip. I have to check him out. Sebastian says, hey, Sporty. It is heart-wrenching being separated from your mother at this time. Keep your courage and your strength. Mom and I send our caring vibes. Sporty says, for the crowd, grand soft day. I said the Ogma is Irish code for it's raining. Ron says, shot, okay. You know, still open the fucking challenge, like $10 super chat. I will do some of this this Chinese fucking paint thinner here. I did some earlier and it liked to kill me, so that's still out there. But other than that, what we got here? What am I gonna pick here? Okay, we got the Hennessy Cognac here. And we got some Bushmills Irish whiskey. So y'all tell me Cognac or Irish. Get them votes in, y'all. Chad says, I've never seen the Reverend put on a bad show. Ron says, that Dex beef. Adam Lipsky says, I got a hankering for rock lobster. Sporty Otter says, Chad, was Lollapalooza 09 in Chicago? And I got us in for free on accident and thus caught the Reverend. I saw Jet one time by accident. You know, that 2000s band. Yak Fishing says, what is Dex beef? Chad votes for Hennessy. Sporty Otter says, we were all under the dock and we saw a rock lobster. Ron says, I have a deadly recipe for grilled chili blanco and barbecue, which is smoked pork. That sounds cool. Like some like white chili with smoked pork. Ogma votes Cognac. Sporty says, I vote with Ogma, Cognac. Yak says, I love good Q too, Ron. Haven't had it in years, though. Well, I'm in South Carolina, so I know what the fuck I'm doing with barbecue. Ron says, I grind brisket, chuck, and short rib for the competition stuff. Sporty says, ooh, Ron, do share, please. So we got 3 votes for Cognac. Taylor says some chitlins. No, fuck chitlins. No hog intestines. Chad says Rev will have Messer Chups on tour with him this fall. We'll for sure catch that show. Any more votes? Cognac winning so far. The Hennessy. Yak Fishing says, see, I don't know about the grind. Your own stuff. Yeah, I just bought a meat grinder myself. Sporty says, right on, Chad. I really love their fire, tude, and spontaneity. Ron says, yeah, creamy chicken with cheese and smoked pork with a vinegar white sauce. That sounds cool as hell. Ron says Hennessy. Sporty says, what sort of cheese, Ron? LaSoise says, share a recipe. Chili, yum. I want hot tamales, and they're red hot. Yeah, she got them for sale. Talking about Robert Johnson. Yeah, Sporty Otter, by the way, just sent me some recipes for Sauerbraten and Schweinhaxe, like some traditional German stuff. Gonna look at those and try to cook some of that. Ogma says, Ron, sounds like you eat like a king. Sporty says, so you found him yet? I haven't checked my mail yet, but I'll probably check that like a little bit later when I get off of here. So I believe Hennessy is going to win that. Let's do some Hennessy. Ooh, yeah. Having some nice ladies over at the house. You got to buy some Hennessy. Ron says, I can try to post a couple, basically the ingredients I use. Sporty says, you can make your wife a welcome home Schweinhaxe. She would probably like it, I would imagine. Yak Fishing says, see, I'm more of a grill to plate guy. My favorite is hobo cooking. Ron says, if you guys want, hell yeah, post it. If you don't mind, giving away your recipe and stuff. Here we go. Cheers, l'chaim, prost, fucking skull, salud, slanta. George says, I'm going to boil a full chicken and then grill it for flavor. I might like fry it in a pan, actually, myself, before grilling it. I don't know. Ron says, my wife loves me for my cooking. Oh, yeah, my wife kind of likes my stuff. Like she don't like a lot of European stuff. I have to cook her a lot of Chinese stuff. But Sporty says, I'm a huge fan of one-pot dishes. Ron says, I want to learn some shit from Ed. I mean, I did learn a lot about, like, classical cooking, like French and Italian and stuff like that, like in my 20s. And so it's kind of my other thing, like, besides music. Like, I'm pretty decent at it. LaSois says, oh my God, Sporty share. How would you do dog, sausage, sauerkraut for the 4th of July? Sporty says, oops, I want Cameron. Yak Fishing says, damn, I'll need to write it down or copy paste. Ogma says, slanta, if I pronounce that right. Ron says, I can hobo cook. Did it on the trail lots of times. Yeah, I got them cast iron pans and all that shit. I can cook on a fire and stuff. Southern Comfort says, yo, cuz, Vaucluse in the house. What's up, man? How you doing? I'm pretty much in Vaucluse myself. Do I know you? Pretty sure I do if you know I'm from Vaucluse. Sporty says, yeah, Hoxa should be browned first, then in the oven for crispiness. And probably scored too. Score the skin on there. George says, grilling over a full hardwood heat. Yak Fishing says, yes, campers and hunters know hobo cooking. Ron says, can I reserve a couple of secret ingredients? Okay, yeah, I'll figure them out. Taylor says, I moved up to Seattle and damn, I miss good old Southern food. All they have is Asian here. Yeah, never been to Seattle. Sporty says, I do Nuremberger brats, silky, which are finger sized and peppery, and fennel seeds and the kraut, and cooking my iron pot. Like, ain't brats in Germany like white? I believe they are. Like bratwurst. George says probably apple for the wood. Ogma says slanta is pronounced roughly as sloncha. Okay, yeah, I got that totally wrong. Sloncha. LaSois says, Sporty yum, thank you. What kind of beer? Sporty says, Irish name pronunciation quiz is fun. Yeah. Irish Gaelic or any kind of Gaelic is like hard to pronounce. It's like fucked up, you know. Ron says, I'll give you ingredients, but not the process. Everyone who knows cooking can figure that out. Yeah, that works for me. Sporty says, pronounce Nime, Edward? Nime? Or Niam? Sporty says it's kind of like Neve. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, like Gaelic is all like French or something. It's like weird and shit. I think we might go to like 2:30. How about that? What y'all got for me? Sporty says, so Siobhan is like Siobhan. Yeah. Damn. Gaelic stuff. LaSois says, Danka, what is a beer brat? Just like a sausage like boiled in beer, basically. And I'm one of the few people I know that can eat sauerkraut. Like most people I know around here, are like, fuck that shit, that fucking sucks. Sporty says an American thing. Yak says, Sporty, how long you been over yonder? Beer here. And she says, I've been in the EU since 92, 2 years in Sevilla and 4+ years in Paris. George Ordway says, any more Jimi Hendrix in your SRV? I might could do some SRV for you. Ogma says, Irish is a tough language to learn. My son is fluent. I just know bits. Yeah, let's get one last song out. We'll do some SRV. Yak says, I love that stuff, Ed. Southern Comfort says, you know any Nice lamb names, folks in Vaucluse? Yeah, Nice, yeah. Houston, yeah, and Kenny, Leroy. Ogma says, I thought I would like kimchi more than I do. Ogman says, I thought I would, I just read that. Ron says, my competition chili, 1.5 pounds of ground beef, 1.5 onion, 3 cloves of garlic, a tablespoon of red wine vinegar, Mexican oregano, and a teaspoon of cumin. That sounds good to me. Might try to make that one time. Southern says, I'm related. Okay. So he knows some people I know. Right down the road.
Out to the blind. My baby's love it all the sun just shine. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Well, I love my baby with heart and soul. My baby's love it won't never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby, she's long and lean. You mess with her, you'll see a man get mean. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. glass of wine. Stick with her to the end of time. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby, heart and soul. Love like ours won't never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy.
Alrighty. One more shot for the road, y'all. Yak Fishing says, Frank, you're in Seoul, South Korea. Frank says Thailand. Ron says, 8 stewed tomatoes, 1 large ripe can of pinto beans, a sweet pepper, teaspoon of mustard powder, 1/4 cup of your favorite barbecue, and a tablespoon of vinegar hot sauce. Meant to copy those down and put them together and try that shit. George says, hey, Frank. Yak says, man, I want to visit there. Sporty says, screenshotting that. Ron, thanks. Yak Fishing says, the water, the women, and some of the food. Ron says, there it is in bits. Southern Comfort says, thank you, brother. All right, well, you tell Houston I said, hey, Buckethead. And Ogma says, that tune brought back memories. Yak Fishing says, got it, Ron? Thanks. Ron says, no one near here will see it anyway. Sporty says, Ron, in my new apartment, I'll have a port window in every room. Cutest round windows never had before. We'll do one shot for the road. And, $10 super chat. I'll do a shot of this fucking horrible Chinese liquor that smells like dog food and jock straps. But other than that, what we got here? I got some Courvoisier for the ladies. And I got some 12-year-old blended scotch, Cutty Sark scotch. Y'all tell me, ladies man or scotch. Ron says, you'll love it, I promise. Frank Morgendorfer says, hi, George. My blues name is Blind Lemon Gumbo. Ron says, Canadian $13.99. He says, sorry, Ed, it's the Chinese liquor. I believe $13.99 is about $10 in American money. Okay, all right. So he's trolling me. We're going to have to do the Chinese liquor here. Appreciate that super chat, though. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate that. Super chats are the life of the show. Okay. I'll keep playing the background music. Shit. Start my AC here. Sporty Otter says, sends Edward $1 million virtual bucks. So thank you very much for that. I'll put that in my wallet. Yak says, you're moving, Sporty. Southern Comfort says scotch. Sporty says Sark for the Cutty Sark. Yeah, Ron done paid me to drink this Chinese shit, so we got to do it. All right, into the patented Ed Phillips blue shot glass. Some Chinese paint thinner. The worst liquor on God's earth. Gotta smell it. Oh, God. No. It's like fucking underwear. Taylor Langley says that the hottest chicks on Tinder are lady boys. No lie, you gotta be careful. It's so hard to tell. Frank Morgendorfer says the Farangs are the biggest danger in Thailand. All right. Cheers. Prost. Skol. L'chaim. You know. Salud. Here we go. Right down the hatch with the Chinese painter piss. God damn. Fuck me. You know, chase this with some beer. Ooh. That's the hardest 13 Canadian dollars I ever made. Yak Fishing says, Taylor, you got to do the Dundee check, bro. It's serious business. George says, gave my axe to my cousin, signed by Bad Company. Mick from Bad Company played it at our show, so now worth a bit more. Sporty says, Ron in bonus. There's a walled-in garden, even better than here. Only 2 family houses. Have a cigarette, and we'll play our traditional outro, and I'll get the fuck out of here. Try to get this fucking Chinese liquor out of my mouth, the taste of it. Sporty says, Ron, I just read that. Sporty says, bottoms up. Yak Fishing says, blind lemon gumbo, my favorite. Southern Comfort says, ew, yeah. That's like the worst fucking, like, radiator moonshine you ever had in your fucking life, man. The Schwab Boutique says, Ron, in Mexico, a tiny bit of milk or dark chocolate or cocoa powder for an earthy flavor called mole. Yeah, mole sauce. Yeah, Mexican stuff. Yeah. Ron says, a grilled dried guajillo chili. 1 teaspoon of dried Keen's mustard. Sporty says, me gusto mucho mole con pollo. So mole with chicken. Frank says, that Chinese liquor face needs to be on the cover of your next album. Yeah, that'd be cool. Might do that. Ron says, 2 grilled red jalapeno peppers. Taylor says, I was with a girl in the Philippines and was second guessing myself so hard I was looking up on Google tricks to tell if they are, laughing my ass off. Sporty says, LOL, I'll go back and screen. Oh, fuck, I'm burping that shit up now. God damn it. Sporty says, LOL, I'll go back and screenshot it if you like, Frank. Chad Thompson says, so what is the Chinese hooch made from? Rice? It's sorghum, I believe. Just like bad moonshine made from sorghum. Sporty says, for posterity. Ogma says, use the rest of the bottle for starting the barbecue. Right, yeah. Probably work. LaSois says, cheers, Ron. Never tried a bit of Shiltapan? Little round red pepper. Yak Fishing says, Chad fishing sauce. Southern Comfort says, very cool to hear a person with my accent. Get some of the Fields moonshine. I've drank that. My dad used to buy that from them. Yeah, the Fields. Yeah. I went to school with Nathan Fields, a guitar player from that family. Ron says, top with a pinch of cilantro and a pinch of Mexican cheese. Ron says, painter piss. Is it really that bad? It is fucking terrible. George Ordway says, looking forward to the 4th. What time? Probably 8:30 or 9, something like that, like on Friday. Yeah, I'll do a 4th of July show. George Ordway says, looking forward to the 4th. What time? Yeah, Southern Comfort, we got to hang out sometime. I'm like a fucking mile down the road. Like right up the hill from you, if you're in Vaucluse. On Hancock Road. See, Ron says, it's all there now. That's the most muddled, overcomplicated dish I make. Yak Fishing says gargle with baking soda, Ed. Ron says a couple of more, please. Southern Comfort says a LOL related to everyone out here. Probably you my cousin. Maybe. But most of my folks were from fucking Warrenville, though, or Edgefield. It's like Edgefield and Warrenville, yeah. Ron says, what's your favorite songs we never asked for? Might play one in just a second when I smoke this, and we'll get off of here. Southern Comfort says, no lie. Yak Fishing says, sounds great, Ron. Never heard of half this stuff. Might be cheaper to get a plane ticket to Canada. Southern Comfort says, oh yeah. Ron says, definitely Guitar Face. Southern Comfort says, same. He says, GVW, right. Graniteville, Vaucluse, Warrenville. Send me a fucking email, man. Link below at the bottom of the video description. LaSois says, Mexi beer, lime, salt, dash, and clamato. No. Can't do that. Nah. Ron says, I can provide tons of substitutes. Ron says, simple stuff. Sporty Otter says, cooking is creative alchemy. Yeah, it does have some like some chemistry elements to it. Southern Comfort says, okay, will do, brother. All right, you do that, man. Yak Fishing says, right. I don't know, Ron. What would one more song be before I hit the road? Sporty Otter says, find the right spice combo, and you got gold in the pot. Ron says, Ed, want to do a trivia for shots? Okay. Let's try that. Sid for Brain says, I have some gold pot. Ogma says, Moroccans know their spices and spice combos. That's probably true, yeah. Now me, I'm a fucking, like an herb guy, like, European, like French and Italian stuff, like herbs and stuff. I don't use a lot of spices. Ron says, I think something not too intricate, but something you love. Okay. Well, Yak Fishing says they do, Ogma. LaSois says coriander. Sporty Otter says, that is true, Ogma. They know the beauty of cooking with fruit. Ron says, maybe carry me down. Yeah, I can do that. All right. Good liquor, carry me down. Smoke this cigarette. We'll play that and do the Batman theme and take it on home. LaSois says chaga mushrooms. Never tried those. Sporty Otter says, I like the Romans used to meat and fruit like plums or raisins. Ron says, I think good liquor carry me down. Yeah, that's a good song. Okay. And Ron says, you asked the first question. If I don't get it, I'll do a shot. Okay. What planet was Abraham Lincoln born on? George Wardway says, have you ever been to a Louisiana hard liquor drive-through? The ones that serve you the drink, not the bottle. I've never been to Louisiana, but that sounds cool. Ron says, Ogma says, absolutely sporty. Can't beat a good Pagine. Ron says, if I ask one and you don't get it, you do a shot. Yak says, what's the Mexican drink? That's beer and tomato juice. Sid for Brain says, I've been on medicinal mushrooms since 2009. They have medicinal mushrooms? Like make you trip and stuff? Ron says, I won't cheat. Yak Fishing says, baby, please don't go. Ted version. Mike can try that. Sporty says, I have a new friend, the neighbor who tattooed me last month. She's Thai. Sometimes she brings me over a plate of her dinner. Ron says, Mars. Damn it, I drank. Yeah, got that wrong. Abraham Lincoln was born on the planet Earth, so Ron has to take a shot. Jameson's down the hatch. Taylor says, Sid for Brains, where you get that? Sid for Brains says, no tripping, just not sick anymore. Medicinal mushrooms. Huh? Okay, so yeah, one more song here. We'll do some Big Bill Broonzy, some old blues from the 1940s. Good liquor carry me down. Finger picking style. Tune up here.
I know a little girl about 16 years old. She said, Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul. I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. I wake up in the morning holding the bottle tight. When I go to bed, mama, it's a gallon either side. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Stop drinking and come on home. If you don't, Big Bill, some man gonna carry your business home. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. The doctor with my head in my hand. The doctor said, Big Bill, I think I had to give you a monkey glance. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down.
All right. Some old blues from the 40s by fucking Big Bill Broonzy. All right, well now it's come that time to close her out and take her on home. I'll do my traditional closing number here. Probably see y'all the 4th of July. Same bat time, same bat station, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. X says, well done, Ed. Once again, thank you for the open doors, brother. Good play and excellent camaraderie as always. Good to see the rest of you as well. Missing several regulars this evening too, I see. Ron says some grilling and some slow cooking. Frank says, thanks, Ed. Ron says, it's worth it. Sebastian says, all right, brother. Another awesome show. We'll be tuning in on the 4th. Great play and cheers. Ogma says, thanks, Ed. Good luck, everyone. Ron says, love you, man. And I think Ron said up here, you didn't answer my question. What was the question? Southern Comfort says, I sent you an email. Be good, cuz. All right, I'll check that out tomorrow. Cool. George says, love yous. Sporty says, see you around, Ed fans. Yak Fishing says, let's see. See you folks again, I hope, Sporty. I hope, Sporty, you've been good, girl. Ron, you're the goods, bro. To the rest of you, be good. Phil Judd says, great to catch you live again from Australia. Great music and happy 4th of July. Well, hey, I'll see you on the 4th, I hope. Like, show up, man. You have a good one, Phil. Ron says, you didn't answer my question. Take it easy, Sebastian. Which state did Mississippi John Hurt live in? I'm going to say Alberta. Yeah. Says, laughing my ass off. Adam Lipsky says, all the best, 4th. All the best, happy 4th. Sid for Brain says, Arizona. Ron says, enjoy your wife, Ed. Take it easy, man. Sporty says, is that like in which year was the War of 1812 question? Yeah. Ron says, ha. All right, well, I will see y'all next time, 8:30, same bat time, same bat station, hopefully on July the 4th on Friday. Ron says, you bet, eh? All right, I guess I'll end it right here.